conference on behalf of Oromo professionals and the scholars who envision the need for and diligently work and founded the Institute. I would like to thank all of you for taking time off your busy schedule to join us in this festive event. And I really call it festive for many reasons, and you will hear quite a number of them due to the course of these 3 or so hours. The founders decided to establish this institute aspiring to be a center of excellence, I tell you, in policy research, to inform critical political, economic, and development policy formulations to overcome governance and development challenges facing our nation and nationalities. Population of Ethiopian state. For those who wonder why the name Baro Tumsa Institute, I would like to begin with ref to just 2 undisputed historical facts. In Ethiopia, Oromo are the largest nation group. I know this is no surprise to any one of you here. Regrettably, at the same time, together with the other nations and nationalities in that country, Oromos are also the most adversely impacted, enslaved, dispossessed, humiliated, and abused, grouped by the hostile and racist settler colonial system of Ethiopia. As you will soon learn in more details, Baro Tumsa is a visionary leader who provided intellectual and ideological leadership that inspired and mobilized not only Oromos, but also the other oppressed nations and nationalities in Ethiopia to resolutely engage in national struggle for justice, equality, and freedom. Accordingly, the institute, as well as its 5 centers, are named first after Baro, and then the other centers after Oromo martyrs, whose brief bio you will soon hear, to honor and celebrate their selfless lifelong service and sacrifice for our nation. Over the next 3 to 4 hours, 15 or so members of the Oromo scholars and professionals, invited guests, and select family members of our fallen hero will walk us through lovely and educational roundtable discussion and the standalone presentations. The menu we have for you will include our journey from Oromo Scholars and Professionals Group to Baro Tumsa Institute, Baro Tumsa Institute's mission, particularly focusing on the decolonizing the Ethiopian state, economic and political integration of the colonized Ethiopian nations, and the right to self-determination in Ethiopia. And finally, the lives and legacies of Oromo thought leaders who are our heroes in this case that I just referred to above. The testimonials that you are going to listen to in detail. We are going to dive into the discussion in just a moment. I'm not going to waste your time. Before we do that though, I want to mention that we have incredibly capable and talented individuals assigned to help facilitate the roundtable session for today. At the end of each roundtable, or presentations, the session moderators may allow 1 or 2 questions or comments at their discretion. So let me warn you, be nice to them, or else you may not be able to get in your contributions. Just kidding. Unfortunately, you are stuck with me as I plan to jump in and facilitate a smooth transition from one roundtable to the other. If you don't like it, feel free to demonstrate and condemn my actions. I'll live with it. With that, I'm going to invite first BTI Board Chair, Dr. Bakale, followed by Dr. Tafari Margo, Executive Director, to share our travel experience from Oromo professionals and the scholars and Bakale, please take over from here.
Thank you, Dr. Baro. Welcome, everybody, to the foundational conference of the Baro Tumsa Institute. The panel that was given to us was on the genesis from Oromo Scholars and the Professionals Group to BTI. I think the part that was assigned to me is to give you a little background about the Oromo scholars and the professionals, how it came about, and things like that. Um, Before I do that, I would like to thank the organizing committee. They have worked so hard over the last couple of months to make this a reality. And of course, all of the members of the Oromo scholars and the professionals who contributed to the success of the formation of this wonderful institute. Before I get into the Oromo scholars and the professionals, I would like to uh, give the audience a little perspective on the need of Oromo scholars and the professionals getting back together. Dr. Bahru articulated some of the problems that we have in the Ethiopian empire for the different nations and the nationalities. I'm not historian, but we have many qualified historians who can tell us what happened. But just to give our audience a perspective, um, the Oromo people, of course, were conquered towards the um, latter part of the 19th century. There has been economic and political marginalization. Oromo language, culture, beliefs, and values were systematically eradicated. In fact, it led to some of our people being forced to assume a new identity. Thankfully, we have thousands and thousands of Oromo nationalists who persisted and struggled, both educated and uneducated, poor and the rich. They just persisted and continued the resistance in all parts of the Oromo land. Uh, so in that struggle, the role that educated Oromos or that we consider Oromo elites contributed is significant in my opinion, especially in elevating the struggle to a new and a higher level, transitioning into a more organized and centralized national movement, and that resulted in the creation of the Oromo Liberation Front in the 1970s. But as it happens with many liberation movements, there were issues that contributed to disagreements between different nationalists, and there was a division that we cannot hide. Um, there was also a formation of different factions. When that happened, Oromo nationalists, some of them, they just distanced themselves from the struggle, and others, of course, aligned themselves with the different factions. And there was very little in terms of coordinating and finding a common solution to a common problem. That has been in our mind all the time. It was everybody's wishes to bring everybody together and work to that end. So in 2018, when Abiy Ahmed and the OPDO goons came to power on the back of the struggle of the Oromo people, specifically Kero and Dekare, and it was actually a blessing in disguise, in my opinion. The reason being, it enabled us really to sort the wheat from the chaff. We didn't know the enemy within, but that event has helped us really to identify who is who in the Oromo struggle. Of course, at the very beginning, many nationalists were misled and they thought these are Oromo people who really can lead us to our freedom and the freedom of all nations and the nationalities within Ethiopia. But shortly afterwards, they realized, and actually that was not to be, or that was not the case. And there are others who were skeptical from the very beginning. So with that background, in January of 2020, a few of us, I would say about a dozen, that have been regularly meeting and discussing Oromo issues, decided to write a letter to the Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed. basically telling him that his attempt to restore the unitary system was very dangerous and it has consequences that is really not good for everybody within Oromia, Ethiopia, and the entire Horn of Africa region. To that extent, we drafted a letter and distributed among ourselves for editing. One of our colleagues who liked the letter suggested that it would be best if we invited other Oromo scholars and the professionals to be part of that signatories in that letter. So every one of us started contacting other Oromo scholars and the professionals. One of the best decisions that we made at that time, instead of reaching out only to those who we agree with in terms of the politics and the things like that, we decided to reach out to everybody, irrespective of their affiliations with any Oromo political organizations. To our surprise, the response was overwhelmingly affirmative or positive. They actually contributed to and edited the letter that we drafted, and we sent that letter. That was the first letter that we sent out. As you may expect, we didn't hear back from the Prime Minister or his staff. So we decided maybe this need to continue. And again, we asked the same group if we want to meet and discuss. Everybody was happy. We started our journey. This is sometime in February 2020, if I'm not mistaken. During that time, I was not elected, I confess, but I had the privilege of chairing. I wasn't considered as a chairman. I was having a hard time really to say what my responsibility was, or whether I was organizing or otherwise. But kidding aside, I had a privilege of chairing this highly talented group of about 84 now registered members of Oromo scholars and the professionals. Of course, some members are more active than others, but we're happy to have them on the list, and each and every one contributed. So since the formation of this ad hoc group, we have written many protest and appeal letters to governments and human rights organizations around the world, expressing the plight of the Oromo people and warning the impending catastrophe in Ethiopia due to these misguided policies of Abiy Ahmed, making the unitary system, bringing back the glory of old Ethiopia, whereby you have one language, one culture, one religion, and so on. That is a dangerous path. So we have written, for example, to the U.S. State Department several times, and the Foreign Affairs offices of the UK, France, Australia, Canada, China. We have written to special envoys of the U.S. government to Ethiopia and the Greater Horn region, such as Ambassador Jeffrey Feltman and Senator Chris Coons. We have even written to the President of Eritrea, Isaias Afwerki. This is before he kind of got married with Abiy Ahmed of Ethiopia. But he came out on his national TV and spoke about his support for the unitary system in Ethiopia. And we did write a letter. Of course, we didn't hear from him as well. And we wrote a letter to UN Security Council, UN Human Rights Council, human rights groups such as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and so on. We have reached out to several print media, and we refuted some of the unwarranted attacks by some chauvinist Amharas on the Oromo people. We refuted those based on facts and the data, not just opinions. We held and participated in several conferences, appeared on Oromo media, such as Kello, Kush, and OMN, and did our best to educate and, of course, to learn from our people as well. We supported Oromo nationalists financially including the Defense Force and the Oromo media as well. While we were working as an ad hoc group, we were also discussing on how better we can organize ourselves in a formal way so that we can contribute not only to the cause of the Oromo people, but all nations and nationalities within Ethiopia and the Greater Horn region, because if there is a peace in Oromia and there is a peace in Ethiopia and the Greater Horn as well. So this discussion has been going on for a long time, and we decided to organize ourselves as a policy research think tank group, and we've been debating on this one, on the naming. Later on, one of our primary architects of the BTI, Dr. Teferi, would explain in details how we came about with the Baro Tumsa Institute. But the idea was thoroughly discussed over several months, and I'm so happy that we are here today to celebrate. I don't know if we call it a birthday because it is sort of a transition. And then again, since BTI is sort of new for us, I think we can call it a birthday as well. We hope this will be the center of excellence, as Dr. Bahur alluded to, not only for the Oromo people, but also for everyone else that seeks factual information that is based on data-driven analysis of political, economic, and social issues in Oromia, Ethiopia, and the Horn of Africa. In closing, I would like to thank all of the members of Oromo Scholars and professionals who heeded our call and joined the Oromo Scholars and Professionals. I admit that we could have done even more, but what we have achieved in such a short period of time is not to be seen lightly. That's my opinion. I'm confident that our transition to the BTI will bear a much greater success for our people and the people of the Horn of Africa region. With that, I will send it back to you, Dr. Baro.
I will just take it over from here, Bakala, in the interest of saving time. By the way, Bakala, yes, we can call it a birthday or a birthday of BTI, I think. And you all heard Bakala articulate the evolution of Oromo Scholars and Professionals Group to BTI. And the consensus builder, Bakala, as you just heard him, you can see why we picked him as our next chairman, as the board chairman of BTI. Irra deebi'een akkam ooltanii isiniin jedhaa warri nu booddee jirtan Asfaawfaan Baqqalaafaan isiniif immoo attam bultan natti fakkaata. Egaa hundi keessan of galchaa haasaa koo afaan Ingiliziitiin hin godha. I am going to take a few moments to reflect on the thought process that led to the formation of the Baro Tumsa Institute, BTI for short. My good friend Baqqala has given you an excellent account of the journey that we had as an informal group of Oromo scholars and professionals. And I would be remiss if I did not thank him for his effective leadership of OSG, which, among many other things it achieved in its short lifespan, was able to make the birth of BTI possible. With interest to join the group swelling as the situation in Oromia worsened last year, I presented a proposal to the group sometime in the spring, conceptualizing BTI as a think tank with two explicit missions. The two stated missions of BTI are the promotion of the fundamental right to self-determination of all peoples in Ethiopia and the advancement of the economic and political integration of the emerging nations of the decolonized Ethiopian state, in line with what the European Union has achieved for its members. We will discuss these missions in some detail shortly. For now, I want to say a few words about the reasons behind the formation of BTI. I am an amateur student of Ethiopian history and a victim of Ethiopia's political violence against the Oromo in ways that I do not wish to recount here. Since their forced inclusion into the Ethiopian state in the late 19th century, the Oromo and many other national groups in southern Ethiopia have waged heroic struggles for emancipation, justice, and democracy. Their political elites have been at the forefront of the political change that have taken place in the country in the last 5 decades. Despite playing some of the key roles in the social movements of the last 50 years, that led to the demise of the various oppressive regimes, the Oromo people and many other nations in the Ethiopian South have, by and large, remained in the political wilderness with their quest for self-determination, proving to be elusive for many reasons. In my view, the shortage of scientifically grounded and pragmatic ideas that ought to be guiding the struggle for freedom and democracy, the lack of political consensus about the nature of the Ethiopian state, the absence of sufficient coordination between all political groups seeking self-determination, and the unyielding aspirations of the core proponents of a centralized Ethiopian state are the main culprits that have contributed to the disenfranchisement of the Oromo and the other national groups in the Ethiopian South. The political journey of Ethiopia's conquered populations in the last 5 decades is replete with failed attempts to reconcile their legitimate demands with the logic of empire holding the Ethiopian state together. Oromo politicians and activists have been negotiating away some of the most cherished strategic goals of their people, hoping to find lasting solutions with approaches that have not been effective in addressing the underlying contradictions ailing the Ethiopian state. The most regrettable event in which the Oromo youth played the leading role in dislodging the oppressive EPRDF government through their blood and sweat, only to be outmaneuvered at a critical stage by more organized and corrupt political forces, offers a stark evidence of what the Oromo people must do to get to the finish line in their long journey to freedom. The beneficiaries and benefactors of a centrally governed Ethiopia will not respect the inalienable rights of the conquered peoples when these social groups' political elites embrace whimsical ideas that are not backed by credible threats, such as subscribing to the unsophisticated notion that key members of the then former or the then EPRDF government can be entrusted with leading the transition to democracy. Nor will traditional mechanisms of conflict resolutions that were applied to solve lower order social disputes can be applied to resolving the outstanding complex issues between Ethiopia's colonized social groups and the Ethiopian state. Only a principled and disciplined marshalling of their agendas that is backed by scientifically proven ideas will get the subjugated population groups to the promised land, if you will. And BTI is formed to fill these glaring gaps by proposing sound ideas and pragmatic policy solutions appropriate for the Ethiopian context. The Baro Tumsa Institute is named, as mentioned, after the late Baro Tumsa, who is widely credited to be the intellectual architect of the Oromo Liberation Front. BTI's policy papers and briefs are made publicly available through BTI's website, bt/ins.org. To promote these ideas and policy initiatives, we will engage local and global stakeholders through 4 centers of the Institute. BTI conducts its activities mainly through these centers and a team that conducts strategic assessments of the different scenarios facing the Oromo political community. The team and BTI's 4 centers are all named after organic Oromo intellectuals and leaders whose social contributions will be honored through our works. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So our institutional journey begins today with freedom, justice, democracy, and human development as our goals and guiding principles. Thank you for listening and for attending this event to witness the birth of an important institution in the life of the Oromo nation and other marginalized social groups in Ethiopia. Thank you.
You are on mute, Dr. Baro.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, as I was saying, I said, thank you very much. You guys have given us excellent whatever in terms of time that we have lost. I'm thrilled with your 2 presentations that effectively encapsulated exactly what inspired the creation of Baro Tumsa Institute. Folks, you have a great menu lined up for you. Now let's move to the mission of Baro Tumsa Institute. And I would like to invite Dr. Alamayo Kumsa to navigate us through, facilitate the roundtable.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Baro. I will introduce our 2 leading scholars. First, Professor Makura Bulcha. Professor Makura Bulcha is emerged historical sociologist from Uppsala University from Sweden. He contributed a lot. To mention all what he wrote will take us what we have for this time discussion. So I only brief the main 3 books which he wrote: Flight and Integration, Causes of Mass Exodus from Ethiopia and the Problem of Integration in the Sudan. The first book written in 1988. The second book is The Making of Oromo Diaspora, a Historical Sociology of Forced Migration in 2002. And the last, for the time being, the biggest book written on Oromo history, Contours of the Emergent and the Ancient Oromo Nation, published in 2011, and a lot of articles on international journals. And he's a founder of the Oromo Commentary, which for the time being discontinued. I hope now it will continue from today on. And we are educated on Oromo history by Professor Makuya Bulcha. Anybody who wanted to study about Oromo without having Professor Makuya's books is very problematic. So the second speaker is Professor Gulumma Gammada, is Associated Professor of African Studies from Michigan University, Phillips. He wrote many historical articles on international journals, Oromo Journal of Oromo Studies and others. So now we do have a short time. I think we do have 38 minutes. So for each of our speakers, I will give only 15 minutes or 12 minutes to have 10 minutes for discussion. So Professor Makuya, time is yours for 12 minutes. Please, you can continue.
Thank you, Dr. Almayo. It is Dr. Gulumma who is doing the first part of our discussion, our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Almayo. And also, I would like to thank the organizers, which, by the way, includes myself too. First of all, a pleasure to be able to make a few remarks on the founding of a very important institute, bearing the name of Baro Tumsa, as already explained, the founder of the OLF and also the leading political intellectual figure in the Oromo political movement in the 20th century. So that's really, I'm very happy to do this. In my remark, which will be continued by Professor Makuya, would like to focus on the framing of Oromo history. I, as a historian, consider history very, very important because it's actually from this discipline that we learn about our past, understand our present, and also plan for the future. So what I would like to do within the next 10 minutes or so is just give you a very brief outline, a framework of Oromo history, or at least the framework within which we can tell our stories, because telling our stories is very, very important. It's part of identity, our identity. When we talk of history, I think there are, I think, three important parts that we have to consider, which I call one is site, is place. The second is voice. And the third is memory. All histories of nations, communities, are told in the context of a certain geographical area or connected to a territory. Until, in fact, the present generation, where we can also tell stories of the cyber communities. So far, in fact, we tell histories of people in connection to the land. So land is very important, territory is very important. So I'll start from there for the Oromo. The second is voice, I said. The voice is actually the evidence that we use to tell histories. This voice comes in different forms. Some very active voice, some very indirect, but it just tells the story. So the voices that, or the artifacts, the sources, evidence that the people who lived in a certain territory left behind. So historians search for these voices in different forms through archaeological, linguistic, and other disciplines, and put this together to tell a story. And the memories are actually of the people, those of us of the present, who trace back those voices and put together the narrative and tell to the present and also in fact prepare for the future. So all this should be there. If in fact we don't have the memories of the voices in the past, we don't know the sources, we can't tell those stories, and there is a disconnect and there is no story. So memory is very important, or the studies, investigation, or the people who do this is very important. So I don't need to spend more time on this, but I speak in this context. So the Oromo, I think until very recently we had a very serious problem because the way the Oromo story is told in terms of place and in terms of the voice had been very problematic because those who told or tried to tell this story first did not tell the full story if they told it at all about the place from where they come, where they lived in the past, which in fact very much limited to the post 15th century. And secondly, also the active voice of the people were not used. So it's other people telling your story in a very distorted manner, that's a problem. So the context in which this story is told is kind of subsumed under overall Ethiopian history, which didn't pay much attention to the Oromo story in particular. What we are trying to do, and particularly I hope this institute would do, is actually tell the Oromo story using the Oromo voices and the memories in the context of the land and the territory on which they lived for centuries. So I start, in fact, years back. I'm not going to tell you all that story, but just I said only the framework of this history goes back thousands of years. And the place is, in fact, exactly the same areas, land on which the Oromo live today, the descendants of the people who contributed to Oromo history in the past. They are native indigenous on the land that they live on today. Maybe the original nucleus could be a little bit to the southern part of the greater Oromia today. There they lived with other people speaking the Cushitic language, who are still their neighbors in this area for thousands of years. The Oromo society, the modern Oromo society evolved from that nucleus. And by at least the time when we get some direct evidence in the going back to about the 10th century, we find them, in fact, occupying the same place that their descendants live on today. I mentioned this because this has been into question by other people who do not know the story, the Oromo history, or who actually prefer to distort it, as if that they had not lived on this land for very long, but they are portrayed as newcomers. And the Oromo history, when fully told, actually refutes this assertion. They are native to the land, they lived on this land for thousands of years. But the picture becomes clearer because we get different sources from different disciplines by the 14th, 15th century, where they were in fact clashing with the same Abyssinian states, Ethiopian states, as today. From there on, we get in fact a period of Oromo history, which is relatively well known and told by Oromo scholars and also non-Oromo scholars, is the post-16th century period. Why we know this? Because there are more written evidences and other supporting evidences of the Oromo presence, but they had been living in the same area, in fact, as I've said earlier. But in this post 15th century period, the Oromo, in fact, had a better chance of establishing themselves, regaining the early challenge to their independence by the Ethiopian state, and asserting their full freedom, independence. The period between the 16th and the 19th century is probably, as we know it now, one of the glory days of the Oromo society, because they were fully independent. The early challenge to their independence had been reversed. And this was also the time, I think, also they have built institutions like the Gada system at the earlier period, but continue to practice this democratic political institution. In fact, it's more than political institution, but it's a all-encompassing institution, and lived according to their traditions and political organizations. This was also, in fact, the period when they were economically not only independent, but quite prosperous. But by the 18th century, we see some developments emerging internally from within the Oromo society, as well as some external factors. And this was at the time maybe a new form of political institution had evolved in terms of actually a system based, not based on the original Gada system or into hereditary ruling families, at least attempting to emerge or create a new form of state system. This development, in fact, had not reached its full developmental stage when in the middle of the 19th century, the Oromo in all directions, particularly from the northern side, faced a huge challenge. And this is the time, in fact, again, well known to all of you, many of you, as the time of conflict and conquests by the Abyssinian state. This process started early in the 19th century, but it was intensified and led to the total conquest and annexation of all Oromo territories and the loss of freedom under King Menelik of Ethiopia. So from the late 19th century on to almost to the present, that challenge had never ended. It was more difficult for the Oromo society by the early 20th century, where their land was taken and distributed to the soldiers, first of Emperor Menelik, and then his successors. And the Oromo were not able to practice their democratic Gada system. Institutions were broken, and in fact lived in a very hard time. And
Professor Gulumma, you do have 5 minutes to complete. Excuse me.
Okay, good. I can do that. Thank you. So I think this was the most difficult time for the Oromo, but they never surrendered to the forces who had taken away their land and their freedom. So resistance, in fact, continued in different forms, in different places, also not well coordinated, and did not, in fact, overturn the conquest that happened in the late 19th century. But we get into, when we get into the late the 1960s, this is where, in fact, this protest and on this resistance, in fact, came together in more organized and modern way. And this is also, in fact, where we see the role and the contribution of Baro Tumsa, whose name we are using for this new institute. His contributions in organizing the Oromo resistance movement, the Oromo Liberation Front, and also transforming the social institutions, civic institutions like the Mechatulama, and also the armed rebellion like in the Bali rebellion and other revolts early on, bringing all this together into a modern nationalist organization that started in the early 1970s. In fact, the details of this maybe a more appropriate summary Professor McLeod would provide you later, but in the last 40, 50 years, we have been actually moving more and more, or the Oromo people have been moving more and more towards regaining the lost freedom and the resources and rebuilding new institutions, including, in fact, the institution that we are just now creating today. Reclaiming everything, the history, the freedom, and the land, the resources all together. But that process is still going on. There is still a lot we have to do, a lot of sacrifices made, but more sacrifices actually are required to complete this process. So one of, I think, the missions of this new institute is, in fact, to promote this in the spirit of the founder of the OLF, Baro Tumsa. And I think maybe one thing I have to mention is I'm speaking from a document which I and other colleagues, Makria Bulcha, Professor Alamayo Kumsa, and also Dr. Orkane Torben have, in fact, contributed to. I'm sure that this document is already posted on the website, or maybe will be posted shortly. And you will find more details in this. But in short, what we are trying to do is actually provide a framework for telling Oromo history from the beginning to where we are right now, also that our people will learn, or other people will learn from it and understand it, what the Oromo people had experienced, why they had been engaged in the struggle for freedom and independence, and what they need to do. Actually, at the conclusion of that document, and this group, the Oromo scholars and professionals, in fact, have endorsed this idea of the decision, the next step that the Oromo people should take. We have endured so many things, or the Oromo people have endured so many things, have gone through a lot of destruction. had made their own contributions at, in fact, creating peace and democracy, even within the Ethiopian Empire. And at all generations, they have been rebuffed and has not been successful. And at this moment, I think they have the responsibility and the right to take it up on their own and take their destiny into their own hands. So I think that position, Professor Makwe would explain to you. So I think maybe my time is already up. So I'll stop at this moment. And if there are maybe questions I can clarify later on, we can come back, or I can come back and say a few more words. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Guluma. For discussion, let us first let us listen presentation of Professor Makwe. Later, we can discuss. It depends on the organizers how many minutes they will give us for the discussion. Now, Professor Makwe, time is yours. Professor Makwe, please unmute. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Alamayo. Thank you, everybody who are here today to inaugurate this institute, which is very important. I am proud to be part of it. I knew Baro Tumsa in person. I was a great leader, but unfortunately, he died early. I'm going to continue from where Professor Guluma stopped. I have a PowerPoint. Please put on that. Yes. Well, I'll come slowly to this PowerPoint. The purpose of my presentation is to propose that after enduring unending circles of repression under successive Ethiopian regimes, it is now time for the Oromo people to declare resolutely their legitimate right to self-determination, restore their freedom and sovereignty, and build their independent national institutions and their own state. The Oromo, who are estimated to be over 40 million, constitute the largest population group in Ethiopia and the second largest in Africa. For centuries, they have governed themselves democratically and had accommodated and integrated strangers peacefully into their political and cultural systems. However, conquered and annexed by Menelik II in the late 19th century and held within the Abyssinian Empire, the Oromo have been subjected to a devastating repressive rule for over a century and a half. The Abyssinians rebuffed European colonial imperialism successfully in the north, but managed to practice it on their neighbors in the south. As in the case with the European colonial conquests in the rest of Africa, one of the immediate consequences of the Abyssinian conquest was the dismantling of indigenous institutions and states along with their histories. In some cases, the impact of Ethiopian imperial rule was even worse than the European onslaught elsewhere in Africa. The Neftanya Gabbar system, which had dispossessed the Oromo and other conquered peoples and reduced them into serfs on land which they had inherited from their ancestors, is a case in point here. After conquest, the Oromo were engaged in intermittent rebellions and armed resistance in different parts of Oromia to regain freedom from the Abyssinian rule. The resilience of Oromo aspiration for freedom was, for example, reflected in 1936 when Emperor Haile Selassie left Ethiopia and went into exile because of the Italian invasion. The leaders of the West Oromia gathered in Nakamte under the leadership of Ambisa, alias Dajjazmach Abdimariam Kumsa, the autonomous ruler of Wallagga, and agreed to establish an independent Oromo state. They sent a delegation to the British consul in Gore to forward the request to the British government to support them to get official recognition from the League of Nations. However, the British government was reluctant to endorse Oromo independence. Instead, it recognized the Italian occupation of the region. With the defeat of Italian forces in the Horn of Africa in 1941, the Oromo appealed once again to the British not to restore Amhara rule over them, but help them to gain their independence. Although the Oromo appeal had support of the officers of the British forces who fought the Italians in East Africa, and the members of the British Committee on Ethiopia, including the chairman, Lord Moy, the British government had other interests to protect. It had little concern for morality, respect of what the British officers and the Committee on Ethiopia, which reviewed the Ethiopian situation, might have said. Thus, Haile Selassie was restored with the support of the British, and his rule over the Oromo and the rest of Ethiopia was re-established. To counter Oromo nationalism, Haile Selassie adopted a policy of linguistic homogenization, a policy which scholars call Amharization, concerned the imposition of the Amharic language and culture on the non-Abyssinian peoples of the empire. The Oromo resisted the Haile Selassie regime. In particularly, the repressive imperial rule of the post-Italian occupation led to a major armed uprising in Bale region of Oromia under the leadership of please, can you, under the leadership of General Wagogutu in the 1960s. The decade-long Bale rebellion was steered by increasing the rate of land dispossession and heavy taxation. This rebellion was paralleled by the activities of the Machat Tulama Association. Please go back. Machat Tulama Association, a pan-Oromo civic organization which was established in 1963. The objective of Machat Tulama Association were building schools and clinics and promoting literacy, public health, social and economic development in Oromia. But both the Machat Tulama and the Bale rebellion were violently suppressed by the Haile Selassie regime. The Machat Tulama was banned in 1968, and over 100 of its leaders and the members were incarcerated for years. Some of its prominent leaders were killed or died from injuries incurred in prison. The Bale uprising was suppressed in 1970. However, it did not mean the Oromo were coerced to submission. Finally, the cultural and political arrogance of the dominant Amhara elites, the feudal ruling class, who were exploiting the peasant masses without any moral consideration, played a great role in the demise of the imperial regime. In 1973, the regime spent millions of birr to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the foundation of the Organization of African Unity. The show of the imperial Solomonic pretensions was played out while a hidden famine which killed over 200,000 people was ravaging Wello and southern Tigray. In fact, when exposed, the famine became a major cause of the revolution of 1974 and the last nail in the imperial order's coffin. The two major issues which led to the downfall of the monarchy and which brought the Derg to power promised to the Derg who promised to address were the questions of to address the question of nationalities, the land reform, and the land reform. The Derg addressed these issues. These issues were raised by the student movement, the Ethiopian student movement, throughout the 60s and the beginning of the 1970s. In this program of the National Democratic Revolution, Section 2, under 5, the Derg declared the right of self-determination of all nationalities will be recognized and fully respected. No nationality will dominate another, since the history, culture, language, and religion of each nationality will have equal recognition in accordance with the spirit of socialism. By addressing the national question and recognizing the national identities, for example, Oromo were called no more Galla, and the right of constituent peoples of the empire, the Derg promised the decolonization of, among other things, place names which were changed from Oromo to Amharic or biblical names by the imperial regime. We got back many of the place names. Decolonization, the colonization or the colonial names were changed back to Oromo names. Land reform of March 1975 abolished the landlord-tenant relationship. This destroyed the economic backbone of a vicious land-owning class who oppressed and exploited millions of Oromos for more than a century and made the state the sole owner of the land in the country and the people it is.
Professor Makura, you do have 5 minutes to conclude. Excuse me.
Oh, okay. To go to my conclusion, I will jump over that then, and to summarize, I go leave other issues. 3 conditions under which people ought to gain independence should be observed anyway. Number 1 is the first condition concerns the history of conquest, annexation, and the colonization of territories by states or empires. 2, the second condition, which is justified, the creation of a new state was prolonged conflict, leading to massive violation of human rights involving a state and a nation or an indigenous group with a specific homeland or territory. The third is the creation of a new state occurs when and where the inhabitants of a sub-state or territory shows the desire to secede from the state or an empire of which they have been a part for a long time. In addition, in the case of Ethiopia, Article 39 of the Ethiopian Constitution grants every nation nationality and the people in Ethiopia an unconditional right to self-determination, including the right to secession. I'm bringing these because the Oromo have all this right or gone on through all this through this subjugation and repression by the Ethiopian state. In short, the Oromo people have struggled for the right since their land was conquered by the Abyssinians. As the descendants of the builders of the Gada system, with proud history and culture, cultural heritage, they have the right to exercise their democratic political culture and occupy their rightful place among free and independent nations in the world. To summarize, the Oromo people came under Abyssinian rule not because it is where they chose to be, but because they were conquered and colonized. As such, the Ethiopian rulers have nor legal claim on Oromo territories, nor do the Oromo people have any moral obligation to stay within the Ethiopian state that has done incalculable harms that cannot be described here. During the last 4 decades, they gave peace a chance and genuinely participating in efforts to reform the Ethiopian state system and establish a democratic system to live in peace with all peoples, even their perennial tormentors. But these efforts failed disastrously. In general, the Oromo people have paid dearly with precious lives of their sons and daughters, mineral sources, agricultural produce, and wealth to sustain uncaring people and government. Over the last 150 years, the Ethiopian state that recruited Oromo young men and women to fight its wars while abusing their rights and Oromo peoplehood. The Abyssinian elite have undermined and denigrated Oromo history, culture, and language, and consecutive Ethiopian governments have looted and expropriated Oromo resources to support its progress and benefit the Abyssinian ruling elite and their agents. The question is, given the irrational and hateful narrative of the Amharic-speaking elite, how could the Oromo people realize a shared government in the same country? They have been conquered, lost their land and freedom, their language and cultures, denigrated and despised despite years of repeated abuse. The efforts for peaceful coexistence have been met with deceit and violence. They have been in an abnormal situation for a century and a half, patiently working for and waiting to see change, but have gotten nothing than dehumanization and violence as described above. By now, it is clear to everyone that the Abyssinian political culture is inherently violent and incapable of reforming and democratizing.
Professor Makura, you do have only 2 minutes. Excuse me.
Okay. Itself, despite the repeatedly failed attempts at reforming and democratizing the Ethiopian state, Oromo leaders have heavily invested and worked hard to reform it. It is said that a nation tends to produce its state when it faces abnormal situations. Today, when all avenues for mutual respect and shared government within the Ethiopian state are closed, the Oromo people and their leaders have no choice except establishing their own independent government that cares and protects the Oromo and all other residents of Oromia. The Oromo quest for freedom and independence is not only a legitimate decision, but the right of any nation that has been cruelly colonized and abused for a long time. Statehood is a collective aspiration of more than 40 million Oromo people who express demands frequently in popular protests across Oromia for several years and articulated it eloquently in their music, arts, and poetry, and reflected in their politics, observed and registered in numerous news reports and scholarly studies. The Oromo people have a deeply rooted tradition of democracy, a culture of tolerance, and peaceful coexistence with neighbors. They believe in religious diversity and protect the rights of minorities within their society. The Baro Tumsa Institute believes that the establishment of a democratic and independent state of Oromia can serve as a beacon of stability and a model of good governance, not only in the Horn of Africa, but for the whole continent. Thus, there is no justification for the Oromo people to be perpetually held hostage to an authoritarian and undemocratic system. As the descendants of the builders of the Gada system, with proud history and cultural heritage, the Oromo people deserve to be free. They have the right to occupy the rightful place in modern society among free and independent nations of the world. For this reason, the Oromo people must say the time is right for establishing an independent state of Oromia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Makuya. That your concluding word is time has come. The conquest, the quest for freedom and independence is a document, 41-page document, which is this Baro Tumsa Institute organized and prepared. So each, according to my view, each Oromo children must study and consume this paper and teach their children to have our historical view according to how we lived and what happened to Oromo nation. And it is time, without any alternative, to fight for independence of Oromia. It is a national shame. 40 million people is under the yoke of the cruelest colonial power in African colonial history. Who wanted to falsify what I am saying, let him or her compare German, English, British, Belgian colonialism with Abasha colonialism, and that disprove me. So let us come together in the name of our nation to have our freedom of independence, to have our national umbrella, which means nation state, to live together, to build our culture, economy, and our Oromoness or Oromumma, what the enemy hates. Thank you for this presentation. Unfortunately, the coordinating committee didn't allow me to give you for a discussion. So more you can read from this document, which is today publicized. Thank you for presentation. Dr. Bai, now you can take the panel.
Thank you so much, Dr. Almayo. I really appreciate time is getting a little bit hard on us. I don't want to waste time. Thank you to the two speakers who have made it abundantly clear historically. Ethiopia is a country that was created through extreme violence. And right now, quite honestly, we don't even need history. What they're doing as we speak clearly shows that they want to continue to keep the country together through violence. That is not working. With that, let's move to the next item on our menu, which is a very good starter. Entree, and that would be moderated by no other than Ade Kabane Kajela, and we have two qualified speakers who will educate us on the issue of economic and political integration of decolonized Ethiopian nations. Kabane, please. Are you there, Kabane? Ade Kabane, are you there?
Dr. Baro, according to the PEP, the plan is the right for self-determination in Ethiopia. The speaker is John Young, Professor Young. You change the plan?
That comes after the economic and the political integration.
Okay, excuse me.
Yeah. Please, Dr. Kabane, are you there? And the speakers are Dr. Samuel and Dr. Samuel, Dr. Tafari, and Dr. Adunya.
Baro, Kabane just called me, telling me that she hasn't received the link, the Zoom link. Somebody could probably send her the link if they have her email address. In the meantime, I don't think I need any introduction. I could just go into my presentation, and when she comes in, she could probably introduce my two colleagues, Sam and Adunya. Will that be okay?
Great, that would be perfectly fine. Howie, please could you shoot that link to Kabane, and then over to you, Tabari.
Okay. Here's what my colleagues and I are going to do in the next several minutes. Oops, let me. Yeah. I will use insights from the economics literature to try to convince you that the inferior economic outcomes in Ethiopia, rampant poverty, poor health, poor education, malnutrition, and all sorts of socioeconomic problems can be linked to ethnic polarization, a particular manifestation of ethnic fractionalization, which traces its origin to the foundation of Ethiopia as an empire state. My colleague Sam will invoke a branch of economics called identity economics to give you a theoretical overview of what might be the ultimate cause for the ailments in the Ethiopian body politic. I'll then come back. I hope you'll not be tired of me. That will be the last segment that I am going to appear today on. So I'll come back and propose a solution, a way forward, if you will, that can address the various problems of the Ethiopian state. I'll talk about the common market, also known as the four freedoms, as a potential solution for these problems. Adunya will conclude things for us by discussing a particular institution that could support the common market idea that we are proposing. So without further ado, let me begin. The economics literature, for those who might be familiar with it, linking ethnic fragmentation and polarization. Remember, these are slightly distinct ideas. One is a particular manifestation of the other. So ethnic fragmentation and polarization and poor economic outcomes are linked, and there is ample evidence that we can provide. It wasn't, however, until Douglas North's Nobel lecture in 1989 that economists, mainstream economists, started producing the set of knowledge, the body of knowledge that we have on the nexus between ethnic fragmentation and polarization on the one hand, and inferior economic outcomes on the other. If you're interested, you might take a look at Alesina and La Ferrara's paper published in 2005 in the Journal of Development Economics to gain some it provides a good summary of the literature. The literature has two broad strands. Some of the studies are conducted, use a cross-sectional approach, and others are more focused and use or utilize microeconometric analysis of the data. Taken together, a good survey of the literature that I've just talked about, you will come to the conclusion that ethnic fragmentation and polarization have significant negative effects on growth and development, either directly, I could cite a number of papers here, or indirectly through a number of channels or mechanisms. What are some of those important or main mechanisms linking ethnic fragmentation and polarization on the one hand and bad economic outcomes on the other? The first one is ethnic fragmentation and polarization causes or leads to inferior or poor institutional constellations. A seminal paper by Easterly and Levine, published in 1997 in the American Economic Review, and I could cite some others, additional others, offer this evidence, the institutional path or the institutional mechanism. The key channel, the important channel that I am going to emphasize in this presentation, in this talk, is the civil conflict or the civil war channel. Several studies, again, can be cited here. I will come back to this because it's more relevant in the Ethiopian context, and that's the key channel. The literature also identifies the competitive rent-seeking and the corruption channel. Again, we can cite a number of papers here. The other channel that has been identified in the literature is that explains the link between these two variables of interest is the public goods channel. In other words, ethnically asymmetric political representations in developing countries result in inadequate and inequitable provisions of public goods. A number of papers here, and in fact, there's a paper that is under review that myself and a couple of my colleagues at the University of Waterloo produced that supports this argument. An important caveat has to be made here, that being that ethnic fragmentation doesn't necessarily lead to bad economic outcomes, okay? Actually, we know from studies that the adverse impacts of ethnic fragmentation can be mitigated in societies that have developed institutions. So good institutions can mitigate the adverse effects of ethnic fragmentation on developmental outcomes, on growth and development. And also, not surprisingly, in high-income countries, ethnic fragmentation doesn't necessarily lead to, yes, of course, poor economic outcomes. Now, going back to the civil war and civil conflict channel, the key argument is, I wish I could get into this. I only have 10 minutes, but I'm just going to outline what the key argument here is. That ethnically fragmented societies are less cohesive. Sam will explain, as I said, a bit more on this using insights from identity economics. Okay, he'll take a broader approach, of course, less cohesive to tackle their collective action problems. They're characterized by conflicts, wars, worst of cases, of all sorts. Ethnically polarized societies are engaged in destructive civil wars. Let's look at the map of Africa. As we know, Africa is a continent where we have multitudes of ethnicities, okay? But it is also a continent where conflicts, ethnic-based conflicts, and civil wars and wars are its typical features, the continent's typical features. There are case studies, a number of case studies that show that, you know, Africa serves really as a good case study for this argument that I am making about the link between ethnic fragmentation and polarization and, of course, poor economic outcomes via the conflict channel or the civil conflict channel. Ethiopia, in my opinion, I will argue this in the paper that we are going to produce with my colleagues in more details, but I don't need to convince the audience on this panel that Ethiopia also serves as a case study for this argument that I just made, that Ethiopia or ethnic-based tensions and conflicts have been the defining features of modern Ethiopia. Contestations underlying the Ethiopian states over which destructive civil wars have been fought, all due to ethnic-based subjugation. Mokre and Guluma argued their paper. By the way, they make an excellent case, and for anyone who is interested in looking at their paper, it will be made available on our website as a discussion paper. They didn't have enough time to really get into it. There's a time pressure, and they probably did not have sufficient time to elaborate on it. But anyway, what I am saying is the contestations underlying the Ethiopian state are due to this ethnic-based subjugation. The Ethiopian project is actually equated with colonial domination of other groups by the Amhara. The ethnic-based civil wars before 1990, the conflict between 1991 and 2018, when Ethiopia is considered to have emerged a rising nation, one of the elephants, whatever name that journalists like to give to a feel-good story. Between 1991, when the TPLF was at the helm, between 91 and 2018, even during those years, GDELT, a database that curates conflict-related deaths and events, episodes, documents tens of thousands of deaths in Ethiopia. And mind you, this is during the time when people thought that Ethiopia has emerged out of, you know, this recurrent conflict and whatnot. Anyway, of course, it's right upon us now. Ethiopia is about to disintegrate due to the number of conflicts engulfing it in Tigray, Oromia, Benishangul. I don't need to tell you about what is happening in Tigray and Oromia in more detail. It's available. It's international media is covering. It's on the headline of New York Times and The Economist, and you know, BBC's headline news last night was the conflict in Tigray. What did Ethiopia gain from this? Of course, nothing. Unmitigated disaster. Millions died mainly due to the conflict directly, those who are engaged in warfare, and famines caused by the conflict. Intense perhaps hundreds of billions of dollars worth of economic loss if we really estimate that the opportunity cost of the Ethiopian colonial project. Resources that could have been put to better alternative uses. The Prime Minister himself came on national TV without any shame, talks about his government spending upwards of $6 billion at purchasing power parity. At constant dollars, it is less. In the last 8 months in Tigray, unsuccessful attempt to subdue now the so-called Tigray Defense Forces. That's the minimum. So after 50 years of civil wars due to ethnic polarization, Ethiopia is dirt poor because of this phenomenon. I don't need to explain, all the other dimensions of poverty that it is dealing with. Today, the country cannot survive, I tell you, without aid that is flowing from different quarters. And it's on the verge of collapse. I don't think anybody could help it. I'll stop here and pass my time to Sam to give his talk. Thank you.
I don't think the moderator is in, so Tafari, please, do you mind to introduce Sam?
I'll be happy to.
Yeah, please, both of them. Appreciate it.
Okay. It's fine. Sam, call him Sam, is an associate professor of economics at the University of Regina in Canada. He is going to give us, I don't think I need to spend any time telling you all about his achievements and the papers he has published. You can look at his website, but he'll give us additional insights into this problem that we are trying to address here. It's you, Sam. Take over, and then I'll say a few words about Adunya as well after you finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Tafari. Thank you also for inviting me to participate in this forum. And it's a great pleasure to be part of this inaugural conference of the great Baro Tumsa Institute. I'm also very fortunate to speak after both Tafari and Professor Makria, who have argued sufficiently why the very nature of Ethiopia necessitates liberation of ethnic communities, to put it simply. What I'm going to do is I'm going to present some economic theoretical arguments showing that when diverse ethnic communities are forced to live together under the yoke of a certain imperial power, conflict is cyclical, it's inevitable. As the empirical works by Dr. Tafari has shown, there will be inferior economic outcomes. So this is what I'm going to do. I'll go into the identity-based economic arguments, some microeconomic behavioral observations that result in those general conclusions and empirical outcomes that we have. I hope the illustration that you see on this first slide provokes some thought about what it really represents. Dr. Tafari concluded by saying that the negative economic consequence could be mitigated if there are better institutions, if there are already good institutions developed. But here we have the case where we have a very fully functional democracy, there is no ethnic marginalization of any sort, but still there is a heavy economic cost when we have different ethnic groups forced to live together. This is a case of the cost of official bilingualism in Canada. In 2012, the Fraser Institute estimated the annual cost just for the language enforcement, or the fact that the federal government has to operate with the two languages, amounts to 2.4 billion. This is just one type of cost. The other costs, people who follow the financial market know that the Canadian bond is relatively is of a higher interest rate, because the financial market attach some premium to the risk of disintegration, because it's the country lives under constant fear of Quebec possibly breaking away from Canada. That is a risk, and there is a financial risk, and therefore, even with a fully functional democracy, even after every institutional problems are resolved, when there is any sort of discrimination, there is still a cost. So this is the minimum you can think of. But as we know from the development literature that Dr. Tavares presented, the cost is immense. When there is ethnic polarization, there is constant conflict. And the argument I'm making is that that conflict is inevitable. And that is because of what some of the things that Professor Macria said, things related to differences in values and norms, culture. That difference is reconcilable, and therefore there is a constant conflict. So that is pretty much what my presentation is going to go with. And I'm going to discuss the identity economics, which focuses on how identities in this case are social categories. Social categories are ethnicities, religion, and race. Race and ethnicity are not the same, as you know. And then how that affects behaviors and decisions. And so understanding this theory or framework, economic frameworks would enable us to answer some of the questions that we constantly face. We face constant questions such as, why are nation states? I'm now moving to the polar opposite of the case where different social categories are subjugated to live together. So the polar opposite is nation states, as we all know. So why are such nation states successful in building better institutions? So earlier, Dr. Tafari mentioned that better institutions help us to mitigate some of the negative consequences. But here we're going to say that actually even the likelihood of having these better institutions itself is rare when we have ethnic polarizations or we have different social categories with different norms and different values pulled together by force. So, and nation states are more egalitarian, less inequality. We know if we follow the literature on economic development, economic inequality itself has a negative effect on development because it results in social instability, corruption, crimes, and so on. All of these are going to hinder economic growth. So therefore, having a more egalitarian system is developmental by itself. So because inequality is bad, not simply because some are favored at the cost of others, but inequality by itself is anti-growth because of what it implies. We are we can ask why the more a nation state enjoys social and political stability. All these can be understood when we look at ethnic-based economic arguments. So we know less corruption and less crimes are also characteristics of nation states. So these all can be understood when we look at identity economics. So again, identity economics is a framework. Well, the proponent, the main author, Akerlof, is also a Nobel Prize-winning economist who wrote with his co-authors a series of papers. I'm just focusing on the more theoretical work they did, but there are a lot of experimental applications wherein they try to investigate lab tests. We have also a lab experiment, some of you might know, wherein behaviors of people are studied. And so there are lots of empirical work that follow. So the key point that is in this work is that, of course, people are naturally divided according to social categories. These are race, ethnicity, and religion. And then the key implication of this is that maybe social categories is not a problem, but the problem is that social categories or ethnic communities have their own norms, their own values, their own ideals. What is Oromo in Oromo Safu is not in other, not necessarily in other peoples. What is a taboo for Oromo is not necessarily a taboo for other communities of Ethiopia. That kind of, because norms are characteristics of, they are tied together. So that is the key starting point. Now, the economic, the theoretical statement, another key theoretical statement is that people suffer when their norms are violated. So there is a loss of welfare. So that can be measured in the context that one would apply. But the general statement is that people suffer when their social norms are violated. So because different norms are brought together when we have ethnic fractionalization, these norms are clashing. That's why the clash of these cultures are inevitable. And there is a suffering out of that. And of course, the associated or the related statement is that people in different categories behave differently. So these differences in behavior is not individualistic. We are talking about behaviors that are shaped by the community that we belong to, the culture that we belong to, the identity that we have as an Oromo, as an Amhara, as a Tigray, and so on. So these are some of the key statements. The other is that social norms specify how people of different types or different social categories should treat each other. And what does it mean? It means that fairness, the test of fairness is different. It is fair to steal from a land from another ethnic community. It is fair to kill members of other ethnic communities. It's fair and fair and fair. So the idea of fairness actually is related to how we should be treating one another within our communities. That is how cultures are established. So people's taste of fairness, people think that it's fair to mistreat other communities. The white Americans think that it's fair to mistreat African Americans. So the fairness idea itself is contextual. It's not universal. So because of this, people can likely mistreat each other across the diverse communities, and that is the main source of conflict. So, and when people find themselves, this is related to the suffering that Oromo faced when they have to change their identity, when they have to try to fit to a different community or assume a different identity. And because people, when they find themselves in a culture or a social category that they do not fit or they do not belong, they try to assume that identity, but that comes at a cost. That has internal clashes, internal conflicts. So that has also it implies economic cost. So these all are some of the key theoretical predictions based on a fully developed economic theory. And I'm going to proceed to some of the applications that has, these are not empirical or database tests, but these are experiments that are conducted. So one of the experiments tests how the game theoretic experiment checking whether the testing for the likelihood of cooperative or cooperation outcome versus non-cooperation. And as you can see, if there is cooperation, of course, that is a desirable outcome. But what the lab test shows is that when you make different ethnic people with different social categories play against one another, the non-cooperation is a likely outcome. And the implication of that non-cooperation is that there is a mistrust, because non-cooperation is that you are always assuming that the other party, the person who is belonging to the other community, is a cheater, is not cooperating with you, and therefore you always play with or act with the mindset that this person is not cooperating with you. You do not know what to predict, and Asemoglu and Wolitsky took this idea and developed a fully developed economic theory in which predicts that the conflict is cyclical. Never, it is the intergroup conflict, because of this, is never inevitable. It exists all the time. It's cyclical. So this is a theoretical prediction which shows that when you bring different social categories together, conflict is an inevitable outcome. I want to cite a study by an author called Horowitz. He studied why there were rampant conflicts across African countries after the end of colonial power. There were conflicts and after conflicts, and he concluded that the main reason for that conflict was fear of domination, fear of ethnic-based domination, because the domination comes from political power. What he predicted after studying in many African countries that went through that process, he concluded that the main driver for those conflicts were the race to the top. Each ethnic community wants to dominate so that they may not be dominated by others. Even if one does not have the interest to subjugate others, there is this inherent interest to avoid being dominated by others. So there were rampant conflicts that were going on simply because of fear of domination. That is related to the non-cooperation outcome from identity economics. So each community tends to race to the top. Of course, Dr. Tafari has enough citation or discussion related to the Ethiopian context. We have that. We've been facing that. There is an obvious race to the top. and that is causing severe social instability. The other area of study is job market outcomes. The study shows that the employers discriminate based on the race. And what does that imply? The interesting economic prediction is that the fact that there are some people unemployed simply because of their race has lots of implications. The resentment and that will feed into all sorts of conflicts. But this has also an implication for income inequality, not simply because some people are employed and others are not. It is also because people who discriminate at the cost. According to Baker, when an employer decides not to hire a certain group of applicants, it means that the employer is reducing labor supply in the market. When supply is reduced, price will rise. So when you discriminate, you are hiring the favored group at the higher cost. So there is this added economic cost. So there is, and we can think of how this can lead to a number of issues. Other areas of application, yes.
I think they're telling me that time is running out, so we may have to, unfortunately, cut short this brilliant presentation. Thank you.
Okay, should I stop here?
No, I think you might conclude and then
just 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the other area of application is the skilled, how this identity affects school performance, eventually leading to skill development. Kids who find themselves in schools where they don't belong will have poor outcomes in terms of achievements. So that will eventually affect their lifetime skill development and so on. And interesting area is how democracy is hampered. When there are grievances, when there are groups that are angry, politicians may cheat in the sense that they can play and pretend to stoke the anger just to get elected. So this indirectly affects the democratization process. So so politicians manipulate that the resentment that people have in those situations. So so because different groups have opposing political interests, politicians might abuse that idea. So I think I'll stop here because my role is just to highlight how economic theories can play into and justify not lumping or forcing different ethnic communities together. As I said, my presentation is what we call positive, in the sense that I am discussing what the facts tell us. I'm not telling what ought to be. So I'll end here. So I think that should be enough. Thank you very much.
Galatomi, Sam.
Yeah.
Sorry. I know it's okay. This was brilliant, Sam. Thank you for delivering that again. Kabane has come, but I think, again, in the interest of saving time, maybe I'll have Kabane introduce Adunya in a couple of minutes. I am supposed to talk about one of the solution, one of the ideas that we propose as a solution going forward. But I don't think I can take the full 10 minutes that I had hoped I was going to get. In any case, let me
This session is supposed to have ended at 1:53, so I hope you're cognizant of that fact.
Well, yes,
we were 5 minutes after
2 p.m.
Okay. So should I just not maybe, yes, I'll summarize mine in 1 or 2 minutes and then pass it on to Adrian, if that's okay. Let me link my, or let me share my, I think this is it. So I stopped here earlier talking about the problems in a positive sense. So this is, you know, what can be done. Here we're proposing a common market as a solution going forward. I am not going to get into the history of how Europe fought endless wars for hundreds of years. And then, of course, all of a sudden, they learned a lesson after World War II and they decided to get together and sit around table and discuss chart a way forward. It all began in 1950 as the European Coal and Steel Community, which had 3 objectives: ending the wars, and integrating the European economies, the different nation states' economies, and eventually political integration. Let me just cite, because I so like it, Victor Hugo's prediction in 1849. He predicted that Europe would, in Europe, the only battle of fields in Europe will be markets opening to trade and minds opening up to ideas. We can safely assume that his prediction has come true, but of course, you know, European nations are happy to duke it out on soccer pitch and other sporting events without involving their fearsome national armies. So that's essentially what we desire to see. I'm not going to give you how the European common market evolved. There's a rich set of literature here as well. I'll just skip. Let me make this point. Notwithstanding Brexit and the Euroskeptics, so-called Eurosceptics projections, remarkable progress has been made in establishing the European market in goods, services, capital, and labor, so-called the 4 freedoms. And of course, it's also the case, it has been documented that there has been significant convergence in terms of price convergence and wage convergence in Europe, in the member states, okay? And this is consistent with economic theory. Now, what is the lesson for Ethiopia? Nothing we have tried has worked. Nothing that has been tried has worked. Communism, before that, the imperial regime, developmental state, and now the Medemar argument. It has been so costly, as I argued in the first part, has been so costly to maintain the Ethiopian imperial project, really imperial project. Ethiopia, as it's actually happening, is disintegrating and different ethno-national states are emerging, with Tigray and Oromia leading the way, in my opinion. The emerging states have certain basic institutions that can be developed further to organize important aspects of their national affairs, okay? And this, of course, requires, or ideally, this would come through a negotiated dissolution of some of the existing institutional frameworks that have forced the Ethiopian nations into what I call unhappy and unequal union. So the dissolution of Ethiopia into its more natural components will face, yes, significant hurdles. There might be conflicts over resources, territorial claims, perhaps even score settling for injustices or past injustices. But if a negotiated dissolution can be, we can have that. That's where the experience of the EU comes into sharp focus. Okay? And the common market idea that I'm proposing here will essentially allow the emerging nation states to blunt the future destructive wars that may come about if, you know, the process, a parallel process can be launched as the dissolution of Ethiopia takes place, preferably through negotiations. If a common market idea can be pushed and that can be implemented, we can blunt future destructive wars between the nation states. It could also serve as a main chief vehicle to improve the living standards of all people in the Union. Again, there are a number of institutions that need to be dismantled, Ethiopian institutions, but some may have to be tweaked and maintained to support the common market idea, one of which is an idea of common currency. That's where Adunya comes in to talk about that for the next few minutes. Thank you. Adunya, you take it from here. Perhaps, Kabani, if you could step in for a minute, introduce yourself and then say a few words about Adunya, or do you have his information in front of you? Just say a few words about yourself, and we screwed up.
Yeah. Thank you, Tafari. I'm very sorry. Really apologize for some technical issues that has happened. I was supposed to moderate this, but I don't want to take more time. So now I'll give the floor directly to Dr. Adunya Olani, who will be presenting on a common currency as a solution and way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm so glad to hear and listen to seniors about self-determination, about the Baro Tumsa, about this inauguration as well. Dr. Tafari was speaking on an economic integration, and the key word that follows that is and just that. Common currency and okay, the Abyssinian-made Ethiopian empire is disintegrating, and it should be clear to everyone that it's happening just right in front of us. And hopefully, if possible, and if there could be a way, a smarter way, a beneficiary way, that this disintegration is not too violent, and if common market that Dr. Tafari was saying works, and there would be some sort of negotiated disintegration, in that scenario, a common currency and monetary union, we don't, and just that. I mean, when I say just that, no political union, but just economic union like the European Union that was being said, could be beneficiary, and there are pros and cons to that, and I'll be explaining that in my limited time. In the independent states like European Union, economies can integrate. Of course, we are going backwards. And the key that I want to emphasize is nothing more than that. The states can integrate economically, and I'm just hoping for a smooth transition to the independent states. regional currency area typically happens when there is a strong sense of regional solidarity and institutional manifestations of that. Do we have that? No, we are just trying a new experiment because it's clear that there is not strong sense of regional solidarity in the Abyssinian-made Ethiopian empire. But in Europe, for example, the union was pursued because there was strong economic linkage, and there was democracy, and there is similarity in many aspects. Now, in our case, we are hoping for a smooth transition to a common market, the currency union, in which independent states from the empire form their own states and have a common market, and that could be beneficiary as long as the market is stable. The markets can be beneficial to everyone if any state is interested. So in the European Union type states, having a currency union has a problem too. For example, there will not be independent monetary policy. A country may want to have the union as a state want to tailor its own policy in the way it wants, but when there is a union, a currency union or economic integration, and existence of monetary policy, the monetary policy is limited because it is centralized. So now here is the question during this integration of the empire. Do the benefits of, there is credibility in currency union, there is credibility, predictability, and the stability of the macroeconomic framework. This exists. But does this benefit help, or is it greater than the cost associated with the inability to tailor monetary policy for yourself as a state? That is a decision by the union states. Now, we are thinking further away the steps after the disintegration that is happening right in front of us. So what are the situations under which currency union and economic integration, only that, no political, none other ways exist? What are possibilities? You forego your potential of creating your own national currency. All states, all independent states forego that, but there will be labor mobility, and to be successful, typically what has happened is there is labor mobility, existence of fiscal transfers, symmetry of shocks. When we say symmetry of shocks, that means if there is a bad weather that happens all along all the states, and diversified industrial structure is such that one of the states would be providing some sort of product that is sold in the entire integrated market. And these are the basics that are good, that are necessary to have an economic integration. What does this look like in Ethiopian states, Ethiopian empire? Okay, there is labor mobility, typically from north to south. Fiscal transfers, there is some formal fiscal transfers by the government. I hear about those news these days. There is symmetry of shocks. This could be a possibility. But this also needs one key thing: trust. The states that economically integrate but politically disintegrate and have their own independent states, they need a trust, a centralized monetary policy that allows for trust between the states. Is this a possibility? It is open question. But the other typical things that could happen in a currency union type states is a loss of seniority. And now this also comes to the trust issue. The politics of mistrust is the key ingredient, the key problem in the Ethiopian empire. Of course, mistrust was what it was founded on. So loss of seniority means that if there is independent states that have a common currency, they probably will have one currency, and that should be printed somewhere. And who prints that? And the benefit.
1 minute, Adunya, just a minute.
1 minute.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And there will be the other benefit with currency union, on the other hand, is Africans exercise monetary flexibility in harmful fashion, and that could be mitigated through a currency union. Let me conclude. If we have to think and fathom about the idea of regional currency that is being thought even in Africa. Africa is also, even throughout Africa, there is the idea of this regional currency union. It could be beneficiary. And while these the independent states are created of the Ethiopian empire, this could be something that should be thought of. Maybe currency union, economic union, trading could provide an easy, smoother good buying of each state from the brutal empire oppression and the unhappy, unequal union that Dr. Tamari was saying. Just this is a point to add to. Thank you, everyone.
Galatomi, I'll just pass it on to Kabane to wrap this up. There will not be any Q&As, unfortunately, because we're running behind time, but we will be saving some time as we go on, so please bear with us, those who are coming after this. It's you, Kabane, just wrap it up for us, and then, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much to all our presenters, and also for those of you who are still sticking with us. So generally what we have been attending so far under this segment is on the impact of ethnic polarization on Ethiopia's economic progress and how that is impacting the whole economic performance of Ethiopia. And then based on that, as Dr. Samuel reflected on the insight from identity economics, and then as a solution to remedy this gap in Ethiopia, Dr. Tafari and Dr. Adunya has shared with us their insight on common market and the possibility of common currency going forward. And this has been what this segment touched upon, and we are very, very thankful to all of you that has been with us. And I really apologize for the technical error that has happened at the beginning. So thank you. I'll close this session on this. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I come in?
Yeah, please.
much. We really appreciate. I don't want to take more time. We now move straight to the right to self-determination, the next session, by no other than Mr. John Young, who is very familiar face to Ethiopians. He has written a paper on at least something that I know very well about the TPLF, the famous TPLF of Ethiopia. And over to you, Mr. John, on self-determination in Ethiopia. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Baro,
Let me
if I may.
Take over Talile. I'm sorry. I overthrew you and took over your position. And instead of handing it over to you, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Before we start, I would like to see if you can hear Dr. John. If somebody can unmute Dr. John for me, that I appreciate it. Dr. John, can you test your connection and say something? Okay. So if we cannot hear him, I will call him. He's on vacation right now. I'll call him through my phone, and that way we'll decide if we can all hear him. He was texting me. He has some technical difficulty earlier. So let me try.
Can I say something, Talile? You
Yes.
may be unmuted. That could be why we're not hearing him, but else it could be also a problem that you just mentioned. Can you unmute yourself, John?
He cannot unmute himself, so I asked the host if they can unmute him, please.
He has to accept the invite to unmute. I can't physically unmute him.
Okay, the host cannot. Okay, he does not have that capability for some reason. He's only seeing a black screen. So just give me about 30 seconds. Let me dial his phone right now. I'll mute myself. Okay, I have Dr. John over the phone, and I apologize for the technical difficulty. First, I would like to, I'm so honored to introduce Dr. John. John is a Canadian who wrote his PhD dissertation in political science on how the TPLF mobilized the peasant population of Tigray during the armed struggle. Based on that study, he subsequently wrote his Cambridge University published book, Peasant Revolution in Ethiopia, from 1975 to 1991. He taught in the Political Science International Relations Department of Addis Ababa University for 2 years, worked for the Canadian Embassy in Addis Ababa on Ethiopia regional governments, and has long had an interest in the TPLF and national federalism. John worked as a consultant for the Canadian government on the Sudan peace process and held a variety of positions in the Horn, journalist in Khartoum, peace monitor in Sudan, North-South War, consultant for many agencies, resource person for IGAD, and he served as a political advisor to the Carter Center for the 2010 Sudanese national election and the 2011 referendum on South Sudan's separation. This work provided the basis for 2 books on Sudan peace process and the South Sudan civil war. John's most recent studies were on Sudan-Ethiopian relations and on the 2019 Sudan uprising. He recently wrote 2 books on the failure of the Western nation state in the Horn of Africa, which is published, and on the failure of Western democracy in the Horn. This work has convinced them that Ethiopians should find their own way forward and not be undealt influence by Western experience. So it's an honor for me to introduce John Young for his presentation on the right to self-determination in Ethiopia. Thank you. John, you may take the floor. Okay.
Can you just confirm that you can hear me?
I can hear you. I would like to confirm if the other can hear him. Can you say a word or two?
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to know if you.
Okay, they can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, good. Okay, great. I apologize for the problem. I'm at my cabin in the bush, and unfortunately the internet connection is very poor. But I appreciate the honor of being invited to participate in this conference because I am neither an Oromo nor a scholar of Oromo studies. So I feel quite honored that you would consider me to speak here. Now, I've been asked to speak on national self-determination, which I can't imagine a topic that's actually more complex and not really amenable to being considered within the time frame that I've been given. But what I want to look at is the issue of national self-determination, not so much internally within Ethiopia, because that's been mentioned a few times by other speakers who've talked about these struggles ongoing in Ethiopia long before the EPRDF came to government. But what I do want to talk about is more the international influences on that of national self-determination, particularly as it informed the EPRDF and as it informed the Ethiopian constitution and the system of national federalism. So I want to step back a bit, and I think that might be a little more useful for your audience who are eminently familiar with the notion of national self-determination in Ethiopia. So if you step back and look at national self that's conceived national context and in the modern period, you end up with American President Woodrow Wilson in the early years of the 20th century, who popularized this idea and in fact enthused a lot of intellectuals from the third world by these ideas. And he took this notion of national self-determination conference after the First World War. But what became clear very quickly is that when Vietnamese intellectual by the name of Ho Chi Minh tried to approach Woodrow Wilson and convince him views on the need for national self-determination in Vietnam, Woodrow Wilson would not see him. And in fact, it was made very clear at the conference that when one spoke about national self-determination, it was meant Western nation considered civilized nation. In fact, I've only been able to find one non-white person who attended the conference. That was W.E. Du Bois, the American activist, and there was one that attended, and that was Japan. And both those groups, or the individual and group, tried of racial equality onto the agenda and were completely rejected. So at the end of the day, it was made very clear that national self-determination did not apply to the colonized people of the world. Now, most people know a fair amount about the Versailles Conference. It's in all. What they don't know is that at almost the same time, in fact, it was only a year later in 2020, there was a conference held in Baku, Azerbaijan. And it was actually organized by the incoming Bolshevik Soviet government. And one of the first things that government did was pass a declaration on the rights of peoples of Russia, and that was November 15, 1917. It's not very well. That within the Tsarist and that all the peoples of Ethiopia would sovereignty, they would all be granted self-determination, and that included unlike the Versailles Conference, of the attendees at the conference were not whites. They were, in fact, mostly Asian and mostly Muslim. And again, they affirmed the right of all people to national self-determination and launched what amounted to, I think the term used at the time was setting the East on fire, which meant essentially the subjugated people, Asia. So those ideas, as I said, were drawn from the early experience of the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union didn't get those ideas that were being populated or populated the socialist movement for probably 50, 60 years before. And the context is one that Ethiopians of various it was socialists looking at the national democratic revolutions in Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and the experience of the settler states of the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and that experience was one oppression and simply elimination of a whole host of national communities. So it was a response to that and the horror that people saw that informed the early Soviet government and also informed the Baku conference. So that's where those ideas came from. And I think one can see the relevance of that, of how they were carried forward to the Ethiopian student movement of the late 60s and 70s. But the next movement of national self-determination took place immediately after the Second World War with the decolonization in Asia and in Africa. Now, the way this is sometimes presented in the history books is one that this is not morally acceptable to have colonies and subjugate people in foreign lands. But in fact, that wasn't the reality at all. Decolonization came about because the Western countries, notably Britain and France, but also Germany, Italy, had been devastated by the Second World War and had little option to give up their colonies. Furthermore, they faced United States, which was then the dominant power, and United States was opposed to these colonies simply because it did not want barriers for itself politically and economically to get into these colonies. But most of all, and this is not often appreciated, is that the real fear of the colonial powers was that if they opposed the decolonization movements in Africa and Asia, it would be faced with wars of independence, and those wars of independence would be supported by the Eastern Bloc, and they would end up with socialism in wide areas of Africa and Asia. So that was actually the background to it. So when these states got their independence, they went, of course, immediately, it becomes a kind of natural process for them to go into the United Nations and accepted as members of the General Assembly. But it was made then very clear that there still remained a hierarchy of states, because over top of the General Assembly, of course, is the Security Council. So the Africans and Asians who had gone through this process of decolonization quickly realized that their independence was very circumscribed by the political and economic realities of the world they went into. And of course, the term that was used was neo-colonialism. And we don't hear that term very much anymore, but the reality is still very much the same. It's continued on till the present. Now, these ideas, as much as the internal developments within Ethiopia in 60s and 70s. And the Ethiopian student movement in its, I appreciate right now to some people who are almost certainly members of that group, understood the nature of neocolonialism. They were also of the hierarchy of states nationally, and they were also anti-imperialist. I've talked to many of that generation and know how much they were impacted by the struggles, particularly in Vietnam. But in the early phase of the Ethiopian student uppermost. What was uppermost was ridding the country of this backward feudal regime and modernizing the country. And many of the members of the early Ethiopian student movement could be broadly considered Ethiopian nationalists, or certainly the people who dominated that movement. But the national self-determination could not long be put off because Ethiopia was facing a growing insurrection in Eritrea. So the Ethiopian student movement had to confront that reality and come to a position. And the first perspective that they had on it was that since Ethiopia was a feudal country, it could not have colonies. Such was the Marxist understanding, and therefore they rejected initially. But obviously in time, the student movement overcame that and came to a position of not only recognizing national self-determination for Eritreans, but for all of the peoples of Ethiopia. And that became a defining position, and of course has had enormous influence on the entire unfolding politics ever since. This change came about for essentially two things. One was the increasing influence of Marxism-Leninism on the Ethiopian student movement, and also the experience of the early Soviet Union, which not only provided kind of inspiration of overthrowing a state, but there was also the view that there was much to be learned from the feudal state of Russia, because Ethiopia and Russia, although in many ways very different, many similarities. They were both feudal states. They were both empire states. They were led by, were all heads of the Orthodox Church. And they also used the same kinds of mechanisms to constrain and develop their empire. Notably, in the case of Russia, by sending out Russians to the far reaches of the empire, where they basically controlled the subjugated people in a very, very similar fashion to the way So the language that you will see of the Ethiopian student movement is remarkably similar. In fact, it's in many cases to that used by the Bolsheviks in this period. So the Bolsheviks spoke as that the main focus of their concern and their campaign was against what they called Greater Russian chauvinism. and they spoke of the Tsarist empire as being a prison of nationalities, both terms of which were completely adopted by the Ethiopian student movement and the subsequent liberation movement. So as the Bolsheviks proceeded with this, they focused on eliminating or challenging Russian chauvinism and popularizing the idea of national self-determination up to and including the right of secession of the country. And again, the Ethiopian movement followed that. What was a crucial difference, and I'll get back to this in a minute, is that the Bolsheviks were not by nature not. What they saw was a rising nationalism in the empire, an abhorrence of forcing people into a narrow-based nation state, which they weren't going to fit into comfortably. But this was an instrument as a way forward to then achieving the ideal of socialism.
Hi, John. John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Yes.
don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can. We have about 4 minutes, so I just want to give
can hear me?
you. Yes, I just want to give you that
Okay.
that time. We're about 4 minutes, but it's a very interesting
Okay.
discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You can
Okay,
continue.
I think I can try to wrap up in
Okay.
4 minutes. Crucial to this approach of the Bolsheviks, which was going to be a copy just verbatim by the EPRDF, was the notion of national federalism and setting up these kinds of national-based states. And the view of the Bolshevik leadership, Lenin, Trotsky particularly, was that if you could grant people the rights of national self-determination, if you could have systems of equality and sovereignty, and you respected the cultures of these people, they would not opt for secession. They would realize their rights.
Well, I think we might lost John. It says it's
Out
reconnecting.
of the Ethiopian student movement. Have I got another minute here or not?
Yes, you do. We lost you for about like 3 seconds.
Okay, I'm sorry about all of this. Okay, I'll try to wrap up quickly because I realize my talk here is problematic because of the environment here. What I want to say in conclusion is that the Ethiopian student movement was entirely right, I think, to look at the early Bolshevik experience, because the alternative was the West, which has never, even this day, it fully accepted the idea of national self-determination. We only have to look at the world today. We can look at the cases of the secessionist movements in Catalonia, the Basque region, Scotland, and Ireland, and seeing that the rights of these people to national self-determination are consistently opposed. And I'm speaking to you right now from central British Columbia, where I'm in the lands, the traditional lands of the Chilcoot Canada, has never self-determination either. So the West does not provide a model of the way forward. Those ideas of the early Bolshevik experience carried weight for the Ethiopian student movement and still have relevance now. Now, I'm only talking about because by the early Stalin was in complete control, and to a large extent he dismantled this system. Although even in the Constitution of 1930, which the Ethiopian Constitution in many ways modeled after, the rights of each national community to their own constitution was guaranteed, and the right to secession was Gary. Okay, maybe I should stop before I lose my connection here completely. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much for accommodating us while you are on vacation. So thank you. So I don't know if we have a time for Q&A or we will move to the next speaker. I believe we are going to move to the next speaker. So I thank John, and I will drop in the chat room his recent book that everybody can access it for free. So thank you.
Thank you, Talile. I'm sorry we don't have time for Q&A, so we're going to move forward, and then I'm going to invite the next moderator, Angatu, to take us through the next session, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bahiro. This next session is on the topic of economic and political integration of the decolonized nations of Ethiopia. And we are joined by an esteemed speaker, Mr. Betena Hoteso, who comes from our neighboring Sidama nation to share his perspective on this topic. It's an honor to host Mr. Betena at this inauguration event for the Baro Tumsa Institute. This sets the tone for the inclusive and cooperative mission of the Institute and will help to chart a path for the continued collaboration between our nations. Mr. Betena Hoteso holds a master's degree in economics from Ohio Wesley University. He worked as a teacher in different schools and colleges in Ethiopia. Mr. Betena has been significantly active in the Sidama people's struggle for self-determination since the time of Haile Selassie. He joined the Machat Ulama Self-Help Association, where he met Comrade Baro Tumsa. He collaborated clandestinely with Baro Tumsa while he was a member of the Ethiopian Chikunoch Party, and then worked in the transitional government of Ethiopia in 1991. He was forced to flee the country as political conditions deteriorated, and is now living in London, continuing his participation in the Sidama people's struggle for self-determination. So with that, Mr. Betena, I'll hand over to you. The floor is yours. Mr. Betena, can you hear me? There may be a connection issue or something along those lines. I saw him in the room earlier.
I did too. He was in the room even when John was speaking. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I don't see him right now. Do you? Okay.
I don't see him right now.
Interesting. Okay.
He could be having technical difficulties. So
my problem is I don't see him in the room.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
We should probably move on and get to the next segment.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Bahiro, I guess I'll hand back to you for the time being.
I thought we have Mr. Betena Hoteso. No, both of them are not here. Mr. Betena. All right. It looks like both. I mean, I know both of them are in this room until a few minutes ago, so I can't explain exactly what happened. And I see the general attendance number down, so let me just give me 1 second. let's move on. The next session is really the most important session of this event for obvious reason. The Berry Institute is honoring the heroes who sacrificed their life for freedom and justice for Oromo people. I am going to invite Maratu, who is the first moderator of the first speaker on this session, and ask all of the moderators to pass over to the other moderator when you are done with your sessions. So, Maratu, please.
We might have another problem. Maratu might be thinking that she's at work, by the way, and she might be thinking that her time is not yet. So,
okay, Angatu, would you be able to fill in for me? Angatu, are you gone? Okay, if Maratu is not there,
I'll share with Dr. Bahiro, I'm still here.
Will you be able to fill in for Maratu?
Yes, sure.
That would be great. Okay.
I don't have the bios of the speakers, unfortunately. So I think the best I could do is just introduce them by their name.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me check with Howie if she would be able to share with you or Dr. Moa can quickly shoot to you. I think he has the bio. Do you, Dr. Moa?
Dr. Bahro, I think at this point, these are people well known as said, so I think she can go ahead and call the names and they can introduce themselves and continue with the conference.
Okay, go ahead, Angatu.
Okay, so, well, actually, Maratu has just managed to share a Google Doc with me that has the bios in them. So I can use that. Thank you to Maratu. So I'll begin then. So this session is on the lives and legacies of Oromo thought leaders, and it will start with Baro Tumsa, the family perspective, which is being delivered by Addewarke and or Ayetu. So first and foremost, I'd like to welcome Addewarke and Adde Ayetu Baro Tumsa to present on the life and legacy of Baro Tumsa from the family perspective. So please, Addewarke and Adde Ayetu, go ahead.
Akkam jirtu ulfaadhaa sagantaa kana kunoo akka kanatti waan Baroon jaalatu jalqabdanii jirtu. Kanaaf ulfinan qaba isiniifi jiraadhaa. Oromoon nuufaa jiraatu, namni du'ee maqaan isaas wajjiniin awwaallamu. Itti aansee nuyi ani karaa kiyyaanii haadha manaa Baroo ta'uu kootiif baay'een boona. Namni umaanaan hin jedhin malee Waaqayyo nu gargaare ijoollee 3 godhanne. Ijoolleen 3 tun immoo amma ijoollee 8 godhataniiru baay'anne. Yoo ijoolleellee kophaa guddisuun salphaa miti ta'eyyuu garuu keessa darbinee har'a geenyeerraa Waaqayyo kanaaf hin galateeffanna. Iddoo kanaatiifis baay'ee Waaqayyo galateeffadha. Baroon nama waaqindeechuu jaalatudha, organizeriidha. Oggaa qindeechuu immoo piroogiraamiidhaan godhaa kan dursisiisee kan itti aansu akkasuma itti aansee nama hojjetu waan ta'eef yoo rakkoon illee waan inni itti qophaa'e irratti narra ga'a jedhee too yaade isaaf hiika yeroo hundumaa lafa kaawwata. Nama sammuunsaa karaa baay'eedhaan gaggalagalcheetoo yaaduu danda'u waan tureefi waan baay'een mijaa'eefii jira. Namoonnis baay'ee isa amanu duukaa ka'u waan inni jedhu dhaggeeffachuudhaaf yeroo hundumaa waan inni godhu wajjiniin hojjechuudhaaf yeroo hundumaa of kennu turani. Kuni baay'ee namatti tola. Baroon hoggaa iddoo tokko hojiidhaaf dhaqu mootummaan isoo ergee yookiin sababa adda addaatiin bakka tokko dhaqe waa'ee Oromoo odoon ibsin biran darbu waa'ee Oromoo beeksisuu barbaada. Embaasiiwwanitti bara san namni poolitikaa badaa amma kanatti sirriitti hojjetu waan hin turreef Baroon bakka baay'eetti ergama tureyyuu embaasii adda addaatti. Yeroo achitti ergamu waa'ee Oromoo akka gaariitti barsiisee biraa deema. Garuu jarri immoo hin firoomfatu isaa fira godhateet. Egaa mee galgala irbaata wajjiniin nyaannaa deebi'ii kootu jedhuuni anaa wajjiniin yeroo baay'ee embaasii baay'ee dhaqneetoo irbaata embaasota keessatti wajjiniin yeroo dabarsineerra kana dhugaan ba'a. Baroon dubbachuus amansiisuus tooppikii barbaade hoo ta'e amansiisuus nama danda'udha. Ollaallee gosa adda addaa kan ta'ani Oromoo kan hin ta'in illee naannoo keenya jijjiru. Kanaaf isaan illee fira godhata tureeyyu gargaare. Kanaaf Baroo namni hin jaalanne hin jiru, jaalatamaa ture. Nama nagaa sammuu namaatiif kennu ture. Hojiinsaa yoo namatti illee in ulfaata ta'e akkaataatti salphisuuf itti beeka. Waan baay'eedha kan Baroo ani akkanatti dubbadhee toofixuu isinis Baroo Institute hoggaa jettan kana waa'ee biyyaa hojjechuu keessan beeka. Inni Baroon biyya tokko kanaaf waa'ee biyyaati kan hojjetamaa jiru. Wanni biyyaa kun immoo sabumaaf ta'a baay'een gammada. Kanarraa kan hafee Baroon yeroo baay'ee namoota akkaataa itti ofitti qabu qaba. Warra qabeenya qaban maabaraan ofitti qabeetoo waa'ee Oromoo barsiisa. Bara san namni baay'een rakkina Oromoo keessattuu qabeenya qabaate keessa lixuu hin barbaadu. Inni garuu akkas godhee maabara godheet dhimma Oromoo itti himee akka gargaaran goosisa tureeyyu. ID icaat warra Oromoodhaaf hojjetan ABO'dhaaf hojjetaniif ID icaat baaset kenneefi amma hidhannootitti waa'ee hidhannoo amma hojjetanitti hojjechuu amma danda'anitti icaatiin hidhachiisna jedhanii meeshaa asiifachi akka fuudhanii too deeman goosisa tureeyyu. Embaasiiwwan dhaqnu sanillee informationii adda addaa gara alaatti nu erguu achii nu fiduu meeshaallee nuuf kennu turani. Baroon hojiin isaa dubbatamee dhumu akkuma isiniin jedhee garuu nama sammuunsaa baay'ee nagaa qabudha. Hojiin itti baay'atuyyuu rakkoon adda addaa isa mudatuyyuu hin dadhabu, hirriba hin dhabu, nama nagaa qabudha. Manni keenya yeroo baay'ee irbaata keenya iyyuu hoggaa nyaannu misaa waanuma hundumaa irratti firri hiriyaanii namoonni Oromoodhaaf hojjetan hin dhufu. Manni guutuudha garuu mana nagaa ture. Kanaaf amma ayetuun baay'ee hojii baay'ee hojjettee ijoolleen teenya ejersaa naasisee ayetuun akkuma isinitti hime Oromoo baay'ee jaallatu achi keessa immoo ayetuun baay'ee asiifachi deemtee Awurooppaa, Ameerikaa, Afrikaa dhaqxee biyya inni itti awwaalamellee geechee awwaala isaallee argitee uummata wajjiniin wal qabatanii bo'anii waan barbaachisaa ta'e piroograamii adda addaa qindeeffattee dhufte. Kanaaf amma ishiin akka itti fuftee too dubbattuun carraa kennaafi. Ulfaadhaa waan asitti na affeertaniif.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Like my mom, I will not be presenting in Afan Oromo, unfortunately, sorry. But I really appreciate everything that you guys have done. My account and my perspective of my mother or my father is sourced from the research I conducted about his life and work for the purpose of documenting his history. Oh my God. And it's really to pass it down to the next generation. And as his daughter, it has been challenging to narrate the extent of his life to the fullest. I've been humbly concerned about the magnitude of his service and even sharing his history, possibly sounding exaggerated. His history almost sounds something out of an amazing book or something out of the movies. I did objectively interview his comrades, individuals that he disagrees with, that individuals who disagree with him, family, friends. Sorry, he's the only thing I get emotional about, and so I have a very short time to share with you something. So perhaps this is an appropriate platform to attempt and describe him within the proper weight that he carries. As you've established an institution in the name of Baro, it would be suitable to share with you an institution he also established for the Oromo people. So I titled my short remark from the visionary to the current, the 11th hour of the United Oromo Struggle movement that we're at currently. Since day one, since the initial attempt of colonization, Oromo has always resisted and fought for freedom. And throughout the years, Oromo has earned many heroes who are incredible and with the magnitude of, many untold histories of their own. And we honor and respect and love them all equally as Baro. By no means do I mean that the Oromo struggle was his vision. No, but I definitely would say my research and findings of the life and contributions of Baro concludes that he is the visionary and the designer of the Oromo Liberation Front. The first united effort of the Oromo struggle movement, right, or Lafez, by far the most effective institution Oromo has had at its disposal
and the Oromo struggle has always been fought by brave Oromo sons and daughters. And Oromo never stopped resisting the various oppression of the Ethiopian government. But the reason why Baro is known as a unifier is as a result of his success to bring together the various localized movements which existed during his time, and including the one that he formed in Finfinne and around the area. And when I say he is the visionary of the Oromo Liberation Front, he organized, he started with cell groups. He organized various cell groups. My findings take me back all the way to 68, 69. During that cell group, the individuals who are still alive, Ababiya Bajober, the son of, I think, the king of Jimma, and Abu Yugalata, I think he's residing in Maryland. One of both of them are an incredible living legend of the Oromo, and they were at the initial cell group. And in fact, they called that cell group the Central Committee. And the various cell groups were conducting research, and they had conversations about the Oromo history and the current situation at the time. They engaged in studying various international movements. The name of the OLF itself was very much debated. Should it be liberation? Should it be a movement? Is it a front? What is the question of the Oromo? What do we ultimately desire as the outcome of the struggle? By the end of 78, I guess before he passed away, I learned about close to 30 various cell groups that he had. And out of the cell group, OLF was finally designed in multifaceted manner. And out of that, a youth group called Waraqa came out of that. Jal Daud Ibsa was one of the individuals in there, in that cell group. But Oda Chasa was in that. Hirut, a lady named Hirut, and I have all the documents, but anyways, and there were a few people, and someone that lives here in Georgia were also in there, and that was one cell group. And then another cell group, like I said, was the political aspect of it. They called it the Central Committee, and in the Central Committee, various people changed. Ababiya Bajober had to go abroad for education and come back. When he left, Magar Sabari was in there. Various people coming in and out of, various cells, and Baro remained. And, whenever people will leave abroad, he will continue, he will begin he will organize a different cell group in high school and universities and in different areas. And of course, they had OLF cadres that came out of the various cell groups and military. A lot of them, as I understood, were involved in logistical and cadre work, logistical work for the military. And so what came out of this cell group was, how should a political movement be created for Oromo? From awareness to an armed struggle to revolution, and to maintain the various structure that they built over time. And so Oromo obviously didn't know itself at the time very well, its identity was sort of almost hidden in certain areas. Some knew themselves as based on their religion, or others really identified as, they were accepting the Galla or the Kotu or whatever name that they called us by. And they had to teach. The OLF military was uniquely designed to first teach the Oromo people about who they are, their identity. And then they needed to make them understand that, no, you're oppressed. And there is a need for the struggle. And this is the question for the movement. And this is how you assist the struggle. And so I really have a short time, but finally a declaration of the movement was to specifically free the Oromo people out of the colonial bondage of the Ethiopian Empire and to gain self-governance of Oromia. And it was designed to fit with the type and the approach that Oromo needed and OLF needed to be. And for OLF to flexibly maneuver based on a specific time or to fit the evolving need of the Oromo nation or the geopolitical situation of that empire, depending on the various governments that come along and depending on what they do. So if you notice, a lot of OLF representatives always mention this is the people's movement is what they say. And it never made sense to me for a very long time. And they considered themselves as a vehicle or a train of the movement, and it needed to be the people's movement. But I will go in depth on another time, or nevertheless, his biography has been written and it's at a draft level. And I will make all my research available for whoever wants to write about him. A documentary has been prepared and it's not released because I just don't feel like the environment is suitable enough. When his children, the OLF children, the military, the political wing, and all of them, I think when they have a complete control of the country, I feel like his name and what he really represents can be disseminated freely within Oromia. With the nature that the country is in, I learned that it's not possible to do anything for Baro. Even individuals, when I went to see his grave, individuals that used to go and visit his grave they gave me a list of names who were imprisoned. And the name itself, I think, ignites a thought of freedom and Oromo empowerment and a need to struggle and a need for unity. And that's a threat to the status quo of that country. And so eventually all of that would be available though. It's already I've been gathering it since 2005. But one thing that I want to conclude with is on his last days, he mainly worked, of course, he was in Harar, and he worked in, he focused on the military mainly, and that's exclusively what he did. And he was training various small military and sending them to various parts of Oromia, and unsuccessfully. I hear that a lot of them kind of vanished, I think, early on in the 70s. But one thing I want to say, how he is a unifier and what he would desire right now. When before he died, of course he was shot, and he had time, and he wrote, and he said few things. And one of the things that he said was he did not want his death to play part as a divisive, I guess he didn't want it to be
he didn't want it to be a cause or a source of disagreement or division amongst the Oromo people. And he ultimately decided to sacrifice his life for the freedom of the Oromo, and regardless of the condition of his death. And as to how one, a freedom fighter dies within the struggle or outside of the struggle, regardless, he knew he was going to sacrifice his life for the Oromo, and unity is his priority. And we all know that the government, the various governments, whether it's Dirk, Haile Selassie, EPRDF, even now, they utilize our division as a tool. And I think he knew that early on. And that's also why he included the various movements, the localized movements that were around, to kind of like merge together with the one that he formed. And as a family, I remember my mother, we have forgiven for the sake of Oromo, whatever happened. I think we all have to focus on his legacy. He would want us to be united. He would want us to move forward. And I remember my mother saying that on a, to an Oromo audience, and that I would say that because I know that was the message that he passed on. There's a whole lot that I can say, but thank you for having me. Another day we'll talk about his contribution in land to the tiller and pharmacy, and at various stages to other nations and nationalities. But for now, I really have a short time, and thank you for having me, and have a blessed day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adewarke and Adeayetu, for sharing such a personal and inspiring perspective on the life and legacy of Baro Tumsa. We look forward to reading his biography and watching his documentary, and we hope that the conditions that you feel are most suitable for releasing them become our reality very soon. The original moderator, Merato Kitila, has now joined us, so I will hand over to her to do the rest of the moderating and say thank you for me, and hand over to Merato.
Thank you, Gatu, for filling in. I appreciate it. And thank you so much, Adewarke and Ayetu, for that really moving presentation. I would like to next welcome Professor Asafa Jadlata to present further on the life and legacy of Baro Tumsa. Asafa Jadlata is a professor of sociology and global and Africana studies at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. His teaching and research expertise focuses on the areas of global studies and world systems, sociology of development, social movements, nationalism, democracy, terrorism studies, indigenous studies, human rights, and critical race and ethnic studies. He has published and edited several books, book chapters, and refereed articles in national, regional, and international journals. Professor Jadlata has recently published 3 books, namely The Oromo Movement and Imperial Politics, Ideology and Culture in Oromia and Ethiopia, another Cultural Capital and Prospectus for Democracy in Botswana and Ethiopia, and also Phases of Terrorism in the Age of Globalization, from Christopher Columbus to Osama bin Laden. Professor Asafa Jadlata's refereed articles have been published in journals such as the Journal of Oromo Studies, Horn of Africa, Northeast Journal of African Studies, African Studies Review, Journal of Pan-African Studies, International Journal of Comparative Sociology, Journal of Black Studies, Vital Issues, Journal of African American Speeches, Social Justice, Sociology Mind, Sociologists Without Borders, Humanity and Society, and the list goes on. Professor Asafa Jadlata is extremely widely published. So I would like to give a warm welcome to you, Professor Asafa. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marartu, for wonderful introduction. I'm going to use PowerPoint presentation. Okay. The title of my talk, my speech is Baro Tumsa's Leadership, a prophetic, pragmatic, and revolutionary approach. By the way, some of our discussion is going to overlap with a family perspective because Ayeto and I are working on this project together. So some of our issues are overlap. How prophetic? Baro believed that the Oromo nation and Oromia can be liberated from Ethiopian settler colonialism and its Neptanya government. As an organic intellectual, he understood the complexity of the Oromo national problem, why the Oromo needed national organizational leadership, and planned and facilitated the formation of the Oromo Liberation Front. The intellectual maturity of Baro and his colleagues was demonstrated by their critical understanding of the cumulative colonial experience of the Oromo and the ideology and the pragmatic modes of struggle they developed, rather than totally borrowing alien ideologies, although they extensively read Marxist and liberal literature. Baro focused on the development of national Oromoma, which means developing Oromo nationalism by retrieving Oromo national history and the culture. He had deep commitment, intellect, trustworthiness, pleasant demeanor, endless patience, persuasive ability, and the ability to understand complex human behaviors, to deal with individuals and groups by recognizing and respecting their idiosyncrasies. Baro was an effective listener, precise communicator, and mobilizer and organizer. Furthermore, he was a resourceful, far-sighted, pragmatic, and selfless national leader who intentionally and critically integrated Oromo political wisdom and philosophy with the best practice of leftist and liberal political traditions, philosophies, and practices. He believed that the Oromo should have their own independent liberation front that can mobilize and empower them to recreate their independent country and a free society. Baro was the first Oromo activist intellectual who clearly understood the Oromo national problem and acted to solve it by facilitating the birth of OLF and by initiating the formulation of research-based policies for which this institute is established. Baro predicted that by rebuilding Oromo society through raising political consciousness, developing national Oromoma, and building the OLF, the Oromo nation can liberate itself and rebuild a sovereign democratic republic of Oromia, which can create a federal or confederal multinational democracy. While clandestinely building the Oromo national movement, Baro facilitated the formation of legal political party called the Ethiopian Oppressed People's Struggle, or ICHAT, to create a united front for all colonized nations within the Ethiopian Empire. In this effort, he brought together the elites of the colonized nations to openly and honestly dialogue, to formulate policies that would enable them to build a federal or confederal multinational democracy, to work together and solve their common political and economic problems. Baro believed in the liberation of all oppressed and exploited peoples by addressing the national and the class questions simultaneously. How pragmatic? Leadership can be defined in terms of activities, relationships, and strategic choices that are packaged into policy to mobilize and organize a category of people to achieve defined objectives. It involves intellectual directives and organizing activities. Critical political leaders develop theoretical, ideological, and organizational visions to identify and solve political and social problems. As an organic intellectual, Baro clearly understood the external and the internal enemies or challenges of Oromo society. He clandestinely mobilized and coordinated a few Oromo activists, students, and intellectuals to critically and authoritatively study the central problem of Oromo society. As a result, for the first time in Oromo history, Oromo organic intellectuals selected and coordinated by Baro produced a document known as the Oromo Voice Against Tyranny in 1971, which hinted the future direction of the Oromo national struggle. This document defined the central problem of the Oromo, which are Ethiopian settler colonialism and its Naftanya political structure. His strategies included creating networks of notable Oromo in the government, the army, business, religious institutions, and networks of ordinary Oromo from all walks of life. His down-to-earth relationship with many Oromo enabled him to build trust and respect with Oromo whom he knew. He also created secret study circles and studied all relevant literature, including history, revolutions, Marxism, Leninism. In his activities, Baro paid attention to the diversity of Oromo society and recruited members of all Oromo branches. Baro's charisma, his social and communication skills, his leadership ability, his capacity to build connections and delegate authority made him a magnetic and a far-sighted leader. He recognized the deficiencies of self-centered leaders and mentored many young Oromo to hold leadership in the Oromo national movement. His leadership qualities were impressive, and he was an effective listener and a speaker while dealing with people. He never promoted himself to seek fame, power, and wealth. Baro recognized that movement leaders, such as the OLF, perform 5 major tasks. 1, defining the objectives of the movement by establishing short and long-term goals. 2, providing the means of action by identifying and channeling members' talents and energies effectively and by securing resources for the movement. 3, establishing and managing the structure and the cohesion of the organization through regulating tensions within the organization, dealing with adversary situations that may destabilize the movement, and controlling circulation of information. 4, expanding members, mobilizing members' support for the objectives of the movement by appealing to the interests of the collective identity of the movement. 5, building the collective identity of members, supporters, and sympathizers through invoking their collective memory to create a new understanding of current conditions and new vision of future possibilities. If you study his activities very carefully, the way he facilitated the birth of OLF and how he tried to build it shows all these 5 activities. He was Oromo-centric and genuinely democratic in his attempt to create Oromo national power which cannot be controlled by external and internal reactionary forces. Baro both intellectually and practically refuted the theory of modernization and opposed progressive national and social movement. He also rejected dogmatic Marxism-Leninism that most leftist scholars tried to cut and paste to solve the political problem of the Ethiopian empire without critically studying and understanding the existing condition. That's why he was challenging many organizations that were created from outside and inside in the Ethiopian empire. However, Baro critically learned from the positive liberal and Marxist contributions and practically integrated their best elements with Oromo democratic traditions known as the Gada system. That's why Baro was very unique. He had the capacity to assess major theories and also to understand Oromo history and the culture and integrate them the way they benefit the Oromo society. He critically and thoroughly understood the importance of Oromo collective grievances, Oromo collective identity formation, national consciousness, and the necessity of creating an independent Oromo national organization, which are prerequisites to recreate the sovereignty of Oromia and to build a free Oromo society. He recognized the relevance of using existing cultural and intellectual resources to mobilize and organize the Oromo nation for collective action. Consequently, he used the pre-existing civic institutions such as Machat Ulama, Oromo cultural renaissance that happened in Hararge, and the movement, the Bale Oromo armed struggle. He studied about all these existing situations integrated into the Oromo struggle. Understanding of Baro's political philosophy, his legal mind, his political pragmatism, his presentation of different political positions in different situations defies simple interpretation of his personality. And he demonstrated his intellectual complexity and the depth of his political thought process. By looking at the two scenarios, let me explain how Baro worked in the Ethiopian corrupt political system with a very limited political space and how he also worked with his colleagues clandestinely. He was working on two levels, on openly and clandestinely. Understanding the Ethiopian political system and the characteristics of the professors of the Haile Selassie First University, he wrote a thesis, he wrote a thesis for his law degree titled Decentralization and Nation Building in Ethiopia. He wrote this thesis in such a way that it could be accepted by the conservative university and at the same time would promote a political reform that can benefit his people and other oppressed peoples. While promoting reform, Baro was coordinating and organizing an underground Oromo intellectual group to study the condition of the Oromo people and to develop a political roadmap for the Oromo national movement. He brought together Oromo individuals of diverse backgrounds, such as students, intellectuals, business people, soldiers, army officers, administrators, farmers, religious leaders, and others who were separated from one another for many years, geographically and mentally by Ethiopian colonial institutions. Baro established a relationship with some Oromo in the Ethiopian armed forces and some Oromo members of the parliament. From different groups, he recruited and they started to form a clandestine study circuits and committees. How revolutionary? Baro sacrificed his profession, family, wealth, and the power to enable the Oromo to liberate themselves and to create a free society. He promoted others to the highest position in the OLF, and he never wanted fame, recognition, and power. He never accepted the top leadership position in the OLF. He respected everybody and he believed that everybody could contribute to the Oromo movement. Consequently, he was loved and respected by all Oromo nationalists. He loved his people and he sacrificed himself for them. Baro was an embodiment of Oromo democratic values and egalitarian principles. He was an exemplary revolutionary model from whom all Oromo leaders and the nationalists and the leaders of other people can learn to be effective revolutionaries and egalitarian democrats. Thank you.
Can I in for a second, Professor Asafa? I'm sorry, we are running very late, so you have 3 minutes to please round up. I know moderator is I think worried and she didn't want to interrupt.
Okay, so by learning all these values, all his intellectual contributions, means intellect, naming this institution by his name is really deserves recognition, and I hope that this institute is going to forward the contribution of Baro and contribute a lot to the liberation of the Oromo people. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Asafa. Okay. So next, I would like to welcome Professor Mohammed Hassan to present on the lives and legacies of Haile Mariam Gammada, after whom the Center for Policy Research is named, and also Mohammed Rashad Abdulle, after whom the Center for Public Education and Outreach is named. Professor Mohammed Hassan received his PhD in African history from the University of London. From 1985 to 1991, he taught at Atlanta University in Atlanta, Georgia, and at Hunter College in the city of New York. He was a faculty member at Georgia State University from 1992 until recently. He has authored and edited several books and published numerous articles and book chapters in the field of Oromo studies. His most recent books, The Oromo and Christian Kingdom of Ethiopia, 1300 to 1700, and The Oromo of Ethiopia, A History, 1570 to 1860, are groundbreaking works on the history of the Oromo people. Professor Mohammed, welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marat. Not necessary, absolutely unnecessary. I thank those who took the initiative for establishing Baro Tumsa Institute. I've been asked to say a few words about the two individuals that Marartu mentioned. The first one is Haile Mariam Gammada. He was born to a peasant Oromo family in Gidda, Warada, Shawa province in 1915. He was secondary school student when the Italian fascist forces invaded Ethiopia in 1935. He joined resistance forces under the leadership of Ras Ababa Ragai, the grandson of Ras Governor. He was captured as a prisoner of war by the Italians, then exiled and imprisoned in Somalia for 3 years. After the British government restored Emperor Haile Selassie to power against expressed resistance of a number of Oromo groups, which is documented in the British archives, actually. Haile Selassie returned to power in 1942, and Haile Mariam Gammada also returned to his country and worked at the Ministry of Labor, Tigray, Hararge, Kafa, Elebabur, Bale, Arsi, and Sidamo. He traveled extensively all over the Oromo country and gathered information on Oromo history, tradition, customs, political organizations. He was an intelligent observer, a keen learner, and an avid reader, all of which made him a leading authority on Oromo history. He also received legal training at Haile Selassie University. He made selfless efforts to free the Oromo from national oppression. In fact, the Machatu Lama Association that was established in 1963 was really built with the tireless efforts of Colonel Alamu Esa and Haile Mariam Gammada. These two men and their colleagues managed to merge three earlier self-help associations in the region of Shawa in central Oromia. Haile Mariam Gammada was a man with encyclopedic knowledge of Oromo history, a lawyer, as I have already mentioned, and a greatly respected leader. He chaired the committee that drafted the bylaws of the association, coined the name of the association, and produced its logo, the Oda Sakamore tree, which symbolizes freedom and self-administration. The name of the association symbolized the unity of two major Oromo groups. It included the entire Oromo society, even from Raya, everywhere. Members of the Machatu Lama Association were from every corner of and from the southern regions. About 27 leaders of the association were non-Oromos, actually, which really means Machatu Lama was the first open organization that brought together colonized population of southern Ethiopia. Haile Mariam Gammada was the general secretary of that association. He also chaired the history and information as well as cultural and religious committees. Haile Mariam Gammada was the organizing genius behind Machatu Lama. I borrowed these words from Emperor Haile Selassie, as I'll mention in a second. Haile Mariam Gammada with two other leaders, General Tadesse Birru and Lieutenant Mamo Mademur, were radical members of the association. These three individuals together with their they were targeted for destruction by the government of Emperor Haile Selassie. Not a single leader of the association, 18 together, all together, 18, more than 18 actually, escaped from excruciating torture. Among those who were most severely tortured and crippled was Haile Mariam Gammada, accused by Emperor Haile Selassie as being the organizing genius behind the Machatu Lama Association. For his trial, Haile Mariam Gammada was brought to court on a stretcher. Look at the Ethiopian justice system. Although he was permitted to receive medical treatment because of Prince Ras Imru's appeal to the emperor, Haile Mariam Gammada died within a week after being admitted to the hospital. On his death's bed, Haile Mariam Gammada said farewell to and bestowing words of wisdom. Whether we die or not, our ideas about freedom of the Oromo will be realized by our children and grandchildren. Finally, the establishment of Machatu Lama Association as an ingenious civic institution was an event of great drama, creativity, and accomplishment. that captured the imagination of 1963 and continues to fascinate. It is banning in 1967, only 4 years later, serves as a devastating contrast, highlighting the depth and extent of Oromo powerlessness in the Ethiopian empire. History of modern Ethiopia includes many instances of injustice and open discrimination, but few equal the impact of the first Oromo peaceful organization. The profound disgrace represented in the destruction of an institution which carried the hope of peaceful development and Oromo pride come to symbolize the condition of the Oromo under 4 successive Ethiopian regimes. Haile Selassie, the military regime, the EPRDF regime, and ultimately under Colonel Abiy. Today, on July 3rd, 2021, the Mai'at Ulama Association is not allowed even to have an office where members of that association could meet to discuss problems of their people. Such profound disgrace will end only when the Oromo build strong military muscle for liberating themselves and establishing their government that will of Oromo institutions, including the Mai'at Ulama Association. And one final request for the audience, especially those who have access to universities in Oromia, Finfinne University, kindly encourage young scholars to write BA or MA thesis on Haile Mariam Gammada. There is not a single published article on him. There are information about him in different sources, but not independent article that fully focuses on him. And I think several months ago, my colleague Asafa Yaleta mentioned about it, and I hope he will really produce something. In the interest of time, let me quickly run to the second person, Sheikh Muhammad Rashad Abdullah. He received basic Islamic education in Hararge and then escaped from the country to the Middle East for higher education. He was educated in Saudi Arabia, then Syria, and finally at Al-Azhar University of Cairo, which is the Harvard of the Muslim world. He earned his PhD from that university, and it was the government of Jamal Abdel Nasser, the young generation may not remember, but it was the government of Jamal Abdel Nasser who sent him to Somalia to teach. And after the 3-year contract ended, the Somalian hired him, and he was teaching in Somalia for many years. In fact, he was instrumental in starting a Afan Oromo radio program in Mogadishu at the end of 1964, almost 10 years before broadcasting in Afar Oromo was permitted in Addis Ababa in 1974. In fact, it was through Sheikh Maharashan Oromo radio program that I first learned about him. Every Friday after Friday prayer, he had a program in which either he preached or read his wonderful poems and then advised population. And the theme of everything he wrote, he lectured, was really on the suffering of his people. I was fortunate enough to meet with him in 1980 in Mogadishu. Then I was a young graduate student at London University. I was invited to present a paper on the Oromo, and which actually was ultimately included in a book that was published many years ago. and I had the wonderful opportunity of interviewing him for 3 days. It was then that I realized his devotion for developing it in Oromo language. I am deeply, deeply indebted for Sheikh Muhammad Rashad, who provided me with 56-page manuscript written by Sheikh Bakri Sapalo, his previous famous teacher. He also provided me with a lot of information about Sheikh Bakri Sapalo, which really allowed me to write 3 separate articles, publish 3 separate articles about Sheikh Bakri Sapalo. In 1969, Sheikh Muhammad Rashad produced a short manuscript known as Fura Afan Oromo using Latin alphabet. This was 3 years before Haile Fida and Abdullahi Yusuf produced a major work in Afan Oromo using Latin alphabet, and almost 5 years before the OLF adopted Latin alphabet for Afan Oromo. For over half a century, Muhammad Rashad sought to uplift his people and secure respect for their language, culture, human dignity, and national identity, all of which were undermined by successive Ethiopian regimes up to 1991. If the current agenda of Colonel Abiy succeeds, the Oromo will return to the condition of pre-1991. They know about that in my mind. In short, Sheikh Muhammad Rashad was a scholar who cultivated development of literature in the Oromo language using Latin, which was banned in Ethiopia up to 1991. The following are some of the works of Sheikh Muhammad Rashad. Just to say a few words, these are all manuscripts. First, his crowning achievement was his translation of the Quran into Oromo, the first of its kind. This feat was achieved almost a century after Onesimus Nasib blessed our language with translation of the Bible into Afan Oromo. Second, he produced Somali Afan Oromo Dictionary, the first of its kind. Third, he produced a manuscript on the similarities between the Oromo and the Somali language. He was generous to give his manuscript, and what it really does is the similarities between the two languages by giving numerous examples. Fourth, Sheikh Muhammad Rashad produced Arabic Oromo Dictionary. This is a manuscript, first of its kind. Fifth, he prepared the manuscript in Afan Oromo for guiding Muslim pilgrims who went on Hajj and Umrah, the first of its kind. Sixth, he produced children's stories in Afan Oromo. Seventh, he produced history of Prophet Muhammad in Afan Oromo, probably the first of its kind. Eighth, he produced manuscript on history of Islam in Afan Oromo, probably the first of its kind. Ninth, he produced numerous poems in Afan Oromo. Tenth, Sheikh Muhammad Rashad collected Oromo songs such as Miraisa, Ichisa, Sheikh Muhammad Rashad was a perceptive scholar who used the traditional Oromo wisdom for making Islam understandable to his people. As an activist scholar, he sought to spread knowledge among his people. He was a gifted poet who wrote a number of moving poems. Perhaps it is not out of place to conclude with an extract from the closing lines of Sheikh Muhammad Rashad's obituary for his famous teacher, Sheikh Muhammad Rashad, who died in a refugee camp in 1980 in northern Somalia and buried at unmarked grave. Here is the poem. It is translated from Afan Oromo to English. Bakri is the very life of our countrymen and women. Consider his work and learn. He let his spiritual greatness be in your heart, to be with you forever. He died for the country you love. One who dies for the country does not ever die. He is never lost from the heart of his people. It was in recognition of Sheikh Muhammad Rashad's contribution to the development of literature in Oromo language that Oromo Studies Association awarded him OSA Lifetime Award. And the final point, Sheikh Muhammad Rashad built his own website called Bakka Rashad and left all his works to be accessible for the current and the future generations. In the process, he left behind a rich legacy of scholarship for those who are interested in developing the Oromo language, culture. May the soul of Ailamaram Gammada and that of Sheikh Muhammad rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed. I think Marartu stepped away. That's why I'm interfering. I want to inform everybody that our guest, Mr. Batna Hateso, is back in the room. Please stay put. Don't miss his 2 minutes talk. In the meantime, I want to hand over to Desale, to Dr. Desale, to invite Dr. Asfal and introduce Dr. Abde Gula for the next talk. Thank you, and Mr. Adesso, please be patient with us. I'll get to you as soon as possible in the next probably 15 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce a high profile of Professor Asfal Bayede, who published about 134 articles and books, chapters. So if I introduce Professor Asfal, it would take me a day, so I will keep it short, and Professor Asfal will talk about the Basaguyo and other person. So I'll leave the floor to the Professor Asfal and then come to the next presenter.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I've been pressing Bubaru to rush this thing because I have a hard stop or 1 p.m. So I will be quick for my own purposes, if not the house. I know we are a little bit over time. I am asked to talk about 2 giants in 15 minutes, and I don't know how I can make justice. The first, I will change the sequence. I'll first talk about Haji Adam Saddo because he's the senior of the 2 I'm talking about, the other one being Basaguyo. Haji Adam Saddo was born in 1887. This is the high times of Menelik's occupation, so he must have survived through those bloody years, and he died in 81 at the age of about 94. So he lived a long life. Muhammad mentioned, I also wish somebody interviewed him thoroughly and learned about his childhood and his experiences through all those years. Unfortunately, the Googleable material is very scanty, and some of the information I got are quite interesting and quite fairly well known also to the general audience, at least among the Oromos. During the Italian occupation, he must have been in his 40s. And in fact, he was fighting the Italians. He was jailed. But Italians who realized that he's a very smart person didn't keep him a long time, hoping to use his brain against the country. By the time Macha-Tulama was formed in the 1960s, Haji Adam Sado was in his 60s too, at least, maybe even older. So he was a senior when he brought Macha-Tulama to RC. And I shall say this is his biggest contribution, together with another person, Sheikh Hussein Surah. So Sheikh Hussein Surah and Haji Adam Sado are responsible for expanding Macha-Tulama to a region it did not cover before that. This was very important, and for one important reason and many, many other good reasons. In 1966, the two, but mainly also by Haji Robale, they organized the third large Macha-Tulama meeting in Itaya. The Itaya meeting was the third because there were previous two other meetings in Ginchi and Jaldu. By the way, those of you who have been following Oromo politics, remember Ginchi, that is the birthplace of the Kero movement, and Jaldu also followed. So it's not accident that these regions became mobilized, and they continued to be mobilized as hosts of the first Macha-Tulama meeting. In Itaya, however, hundreds of thousands of people were gathered, probably the largest ever gathering until then of Oromos.
Professor Esfa, can you show the PowerPoints, because only stuck with someone?
Yeah, the PowerPoint is less important than what I'm talking, but I will do that if, especially on Haji Roble, we don't have a lot of materials, as I said, and most of the PowerPoint is on the Basaguyo. So the Quantum Leap meeting of Itaya was a change of vision, and it was a quantum leap. Number one, a large number of people for the first time, and it defined the unity of Oromo. Muslims and Christians ate together, which was a taboo until then, propagated by the Orthodox Church. And the meeting was conducted in Afan Oromo, which was a huge change from the previous meetings. So it defined the Oromo unity from scratch. So in other words, it really defined the modern Oromo movement as we know it. It brought Oromos from different regions to the same room. And behind this was Haji Adam Sado, but together with others who also should be credited, such as Sheikh Hussein Surah, and Haji Robale was the organizer of the Itaya movement. And Haji Adam was also a brilliant man. Some of his sayings survived and quite penetrating. For example, Lubun Gafat Alat Dute Sodaf Haka Indapsin. You know, man, the soul dies the day it was born. Don't abuse facts because of fear. And the last story I want to share, the one that really made me share the time that his name here, the man who kept the secret. In his 60s, in the 60s, the RC Oromo wrote a letter, and they wanted Haji Adam to take it to the Macha-Tulama chair, which is General Tadesse Burru. The story is funny and also very interesting. Haji Adam came to the city. By then, General Tadesse's house was occupied by the Imperial Army. He was under the army control, but Haji Adam didn't know. So he called the general's house, and one of the police picks up and he says, I brought a message from RC. And the guy says, I will send you a driver, not knowing that the general's house is occupied and the general is under control. Haji Robale took the car, but by the time he reached the police station, he knew that that is not General Taddese's house. He knew he was under arrest. So he asked to be given a chance to go to the restroom. He went to the restroom, and he thought if he tears up this paper and throw it, they'll collect it and read it. So he chewed and literally ate the paper. And when he came out of the restroom, the police guard told him to give him the paper. He said, whatever left our stomach has returned it back to our stomach. So he kept the secret by literally eating the paper. Now my second man I was given to talk about is Dabasa. Dabasa Guyo is much more contemporary. He lived until 2015, and then he disappeared. By the time he passed, or he disappeared in 2015, he's thought to be about 80 years old, also very rich life. And by the way, hundreds and hundreds of hours of videos have been made and collected. Very rich. I share with Mohammed this is another opportunity for the Basaguyo's story for someone to take and write. It's a good research material. There are a lot of them out there. So he moved to Kenya in the 1970s. He was born in the Abello area, and around 2000, he initiated the Argat Ageti School in Nairobi. His students include famous professors such as Professor Gamachu and Professor Baxter and Barenholtz. Oscar, by the way, his friend who lives in Nairobi, I strongly suggest one of our research-minded young people communicate with Oscar. Oscar has a lot of videos on the Basaguyo. And he has traveled to Guatemala, he has traveled to Australia, Europe, North America, Russia, and he is also a recipient of OSA Lifetime Award post-mortem. He specializes in law and Safu ethics, astronomy of Oromo, and Gada is, as it is now well known, cultural intangible heritage of UNESCO. I was invited to translate the Basa's speech to San Francisco once, and so he was invited by San Francisco Museum, and the audience, I would say 90% of them were Americans, white people, and of course intermingled with some Oromos, and he gave an amazing speech, very consistent. And when we came out of that meeting, one learned American came to him, and the Basa during his presentation was talking about Wakaguracha, God, black God. God is black in Oromo. And they said, that black God, how did you find out? Kind of inquisitive but humble. He just was curious, where did that come from? And the Basa's response was formidable, in my opinion, and it is worth remembering. He told the person that he said, Oromos are black. Why would God come to me as white man who I don't know? I grew up as a child, I didn't see. Why would he come as a white man and show himself to me to scare me? I'm black. God is the all almighty. He can do everything. And to me, he will show himself as a black God. To you, he can show himself as a white God. And he said, in fact, that the format of religion need not be as defined by Christianity or Muslim. He said, the Almighty can create a format for Indians, a format for Chinese, and behind it all is God who can do everything, and he gave them the freedom to worship the way they want. So I thought that was a very penetrating reply that the guy was very impressed. So he his other knowledge, his memory, knowing about 370 articles of Sera with their classifications, Sera Nama, Sera Lafa, Sera Gawa, and he was a formidable, incredible both history and culture. He was a living dictionary, and for that is Oscar, by the way, the person I told you I mentioned, has a lot of hundreds of hours of videos that can be very helpful to researchers. And this is during his San Francisco visit, and he has been to many countries through UNESCO, representing the Oromo culture. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you, Professor Asfa, for presenting about the two special people, especially Haji Adam Sado, a person of secret, and the Basaguyo, a man of wisdom. And having said that, I will move to the next presenter, Ms. Adefalmatu Gula. I will talk in Afan Oromo because here is very instrumental and also very important for our being here. Afaan Oromoon hin jedhaa waa ishee addee falmattuun shamarran Oromoo yeroo jalqabaaf dirree lolaa seenan keessaa ishii tokko. Kanaaf woboo jalqabaati warran dirree seenanii waa'ee qabsoo keenya warra jalqaba seenan keessaa warra maqaan isaanii baay'een kaane keessaa ishii tokko. Waa ishee baay'ee haasa'uurrallee hiriyoota ishee warra wajjiniin qabsootti seenan isaaniin irratti haasaanuu gootti. Addee Falmattuu Gulaa waltajjiin kan keeti itti dhiyaadhu.
Hayyee duraan dursee Rabbii umriis nuu kennee guyyaa Rabbiif galanii haa ga'u. Akkasumattis warreen sagantaa bareedduu tana qopheessitanii galanni keessan bilisummaa haa ta'uun ja'a. Na dhageessanii garuu?
Hin dhagahama. Itti fufu.
Hayyees bu'urri gaanaa kenname taartuu jaalqananii akkasumatti jaaljuukiidha. Gaa miira keessa nama galcha. Seenaa isaanii tana ani gartee nama seenaa qoratee yookaayis buugarraa dubbisee yookaan nama biraarraayis dhagee miti hagumaan beeku hagumaan yaadadhu. Seenaa dhugaati jechuudha. Kana gaa jalqaba yeroonii fi gartee qabsaa'otaa fi qabsoollee haasnu adda bilisummaa Oromoo baroota 70 fi 80 keessa addi bilisummaa Oromoo akkuma ammaa kanatti qabsoo karaa nagaa ijibbaata godhanii qabsoon karaa nagaatun waan dadhabamteef jecha naannawa bahaatti baha Oromiyaatti qabsoo karaa hidhannootti tarkaanfatanii jechuudha. Yeroo san keessatti yeroo gartee ummanni Oromoo gabrummaa isarra jirtu tanallee akka waan Rabbiin itti fakkaatu. Yeroo gartee ummanni Oromoo jechuullee hin beekne. Yeroo ummanni Oromoo kutaan 11 Oromoon if hin beekne yeroo kanatti gaa hamma xiqqashaa dammaqee qabsoo rabbuuf bahee jechuu kana keessaa hawaasni Oromoo barattootaas daldaltootaas hayyoonninis qabsoo tanatti dabalaman hangi tokko jechuudha. Kana keessa akkasumattis shamarran Oromoo jalqaba qabsoo addi bilisummaa Oromoo gaafa 70mootaa fi 80 idduudha gadhaaban haggi tokko jaarraa abbaa gadaa fa'aa wajjin jechuudha. Jalqaba sanitti jarreen reefu maqaa isaanii dhabe keessattuu jaal saartuu fi jaal qananiin barnootarra roorroon saba keenyarra jirtu kun itti dhageeffamtee barnoota isaanii kutanii yeroo gartee ijoollummaa isaanii yeroo silaa itti bashannanii arraan tana bakka guddoo gayan yookaan heerumanii mana godhatanii ilmaan horanii jiraatan san hunda yeroo san keessatti yeroo dukkanaa kumaan jeetti san keessatti ummata isaaniitiif biyya isaaniitiif wareega kafala. Kana qofaa miti. Yeroo san keessatti mootummaa dargii mootummaa Itoophiyaa fi walloluu turan. Kanaas gaa Soomaaleenis ummata Oromoo kana gartee ummata ifiyuun beekanii lafa isaaniitis hin beekanii qabeenya isaaniituun beekanii nama ifii kanallee laacolloo ifii tanallee falmachuun beena namuunuma kajeela. Mootummaan Somaaleellee lafuma Oromoo tana kajeellaaf mootummaa Itoophiyaa tana wajji wal dha'uu turte. Kana keessatti ummata keenya ummata kana ni hidhachiisan qawwee kannaniif maqaa Somaalee abbootiin isin gartee Somaaleedha. Gosti teessan Somaalee abboodha jechuudhaan lafuma tanaa jecha jechuu agartee Oromoo ifin beene asanii qawwee itti kannanii akka gartee isaaniif gurmuu ta'anii taasisan. Duuba jaal saartuu fi jaal qananiin akkasumattis waahilloon isaanii habiraa wajjin jara kanatti dabalaman jechuudha. Jara kanatti dabalamaniiti leenjii waraanaa achi fudhatanii hidhannoo waraanaa achitti hidhatanii achi keessatti wal deebi'anii jechuudha. Murannoo isaan fudhatan laala. Achi keessa wal jaaranii achirraa buqqaanii waraana bilisummaa Oromootti makaman jechuudha. Hidhannoo fi barnoota leenjii isaanii guutuu wajjin. Yeroo san keessatti shamarran Oromoo kun wanni kun beektaa waan xiqqaa miti. Mooraa diinaa seenanii leenjii fudhatanii hidhatanii achi keessatti wal jaaranii kana wareegama gartee achittis yoo waan kana godhan yoo argaman wareegama guddaa isaan kafalchiisa. Kana hunda fudhatanii waraana bilisummaa Oromootti dabalaman jechuudha. Kana qofaa miti. Gaa barri kun wal duraa wal booda tahaa bara dheeraa waan ta'eef anis gartee nama seenaa qoratuu miti akkumaan reefu jedhetti barreesseetis hin qabu wooma yaadadhu waan ta'e jecha yeroo tana akkasitti akkana jee himuu hin danda'u. Gaafa tokko murni gartee Soomaaliyaan lolu kun murni Amaaraa jechuun mootummaan dargii dilli tokko haga gartee birgeedii ga'an tokko naannawa gartee gobeellee kana dhufan naannawa waraanni keenya jiru kan. Waraanni keenya kun gaafa sanittis haguma gartee amma humna Soomaaliyaa warra Soomaalee jalaa hidhattee jaallawwan kanneen wajjin warra dhufan humna fi warra duraan jiru humna xiqqashoota akka jechuudha. Waraanni amma karaa kana itti dhufe waraana dila takka. Waraana dila kana isin nuti waan takkallee waan isin goonu qabnu nuti haqa keenyaaf lollaa harka kannadhaa haja'uun karaa waraana keenyaatiin. Ammallee egaa warri kunis akkuma beekanitti akkuma ammaa kana irra guddaan waraanuma diinaa baadhattee deemtu. Oromoo jechuunillee beekan. Akkaataa itti ja'aniin gaa warri afaan kana dubbatu afaaniin amma dubbachuu jiru kana warri dubbattan har tokko baha. Oromoo tana Oromoo tanaaf bahanii Oromoo tanaas akkam godhanii nama dhibu. Warri gartee Oromoo afaan kana haasoftan gamana bahagguu kana hangi tokkos gamana bi warri gartee kana godhuu ture jaallan kana qaananii fi saartuu fa'aa jechuudha. Jara kana keessa deemanii hedduu isaaniitis itti dubbatanii harka kannachiisanii kana keessattis booda gichaafe tokko agartee lagaan laanyaa ajjaachinaan saxinjaanii dhukaasa gadhiisanii dhukaasni gaallolli eegalamee jechuudha. Isaanii fi waraana keenya jidduutti. Dillisan takkaa isaanii hin baane irra guddaan isaanii achi dhumanii jaalqananiin meeqa wareegdeeti isiinis achi wareegamte. Isiinis gaafasan wareegamtee jechuudha. Amma ani agartee wanni na dhageeffamu dubartoonni Oromoo qabsoo Oromoo tana jalqaba akkuma dhiiraatti kan gartee qabsaawan. Garuu maqaa isaanii hin himamu. Dhugaan isaanii hin bahu. Kanaafuu na dhageeffama ammumaan tanaa'u. Fakkeenyaaf kana ittiin deebi'a. Kanuma keessa gaammaasiis yeroo gartee yeroo matana keessa ihaapaanis ni jirti. Magaalaa tana keessa qayshibbirii jedhaniiti mangistuun ijoollee barattoota tana ijoollee ihaapaa rashanaa itti qayshibbirii jedhaniiti ijoolleen tana dhadhawan. Kanaas baqagaa namni ni dhufa karaa kana karabbi baasees numa baha. Jaallajuukiin warra akkasitti dhufee achi hafee jechuudha. Qabsoo tana dabalamee leenjii achi fudhattee barnoota Oromollee achuma argattee sadarkaa gaafa san horee jidduu jedhama sentaraal komitee haga geessutti haga hoggonaa deemtee jechuudha. Jaallajuukiin seenaa isii hagumaan yaadadhu gabaabattee jechuudha. Kanuma keessa ammaasiis duuti jaalle Baaroo Tumsaatis dhuftee jechuun wareegamni isaa. Wareegama kan.
Adde falmattu daqiiqaa sadii gidduutti yaada keessan gabaabsuu dandeessaa.
Wareegamni isaatis dhufee wareegama isaa kana keessatti waraanni keenyaas ni faca'ee. Akkasitti anis wareegama waan faca'insa kana keessatti lolarra qabame mana hidhaa seenee mana hidhaarraa guyyumaaniin dura mana hidhaarraa bihe Harar keessatti makiinaa korugaan deemu faras magaalaatti saartu agaree jechuudha. Saartu poolisaa deemaan agaree anaa fi Jamaal Haaruun tokko asuma amma Awustiraaliyaa jira jaalsaartuu ni jennee jaalsaartu jennaan harkaanii akshina nuu kanniti akka nuti hin dubbanne jette ammoo nuti gartee jala deemne akkasitti haakama geessanii haakama irraa baasanii eenee deemanii mamra geessan xaabiyaa isiidhaas guyyaa saniitu itti naa booda eegas booda ni rasharamte jechuu dhageenye ammaan tana gabaabsee beetee wanni niin jechuu fedhu isin hayyoota keenya warra gartee nurra waa beeku kan isinii karadha maqaa dubartoota Oromoo qabsaawootaan wanni takkallee lafa hin jirtu maqaa meeqananii tanaan jaarmee laal dubartoota ijoollee na booda jirtu tana ijoolleen kun arraan tana bosona keessa jira qabsuma saartuu fi qananiin faan godhaa turanii arraan tanaas isaan itti jiran maqaa qananiidhaatiin waldaa tokko hagartee deeggarsa ijoolluma dubartoota tanallee gargaaru tokko gadhaabuu yaada kiyya kanaan fedhaa kanarratti akkana gargaartan qabsoon guuza kanaa ooltan akka gartee nu qaqqaceelchitan tanaan maqaa qabsaawota saniin isin gaafadha yeroo ammaan tanaa gartee ta seenaa dubbannuu miti ta seenaa galeenu ganaa waa hedduun nu eeggata qabeenya keenya bal'ina gartee lafa teenya lafa bareedduu albuuda waa hayyu qabdu kanaatutu diina nu hore. Kanaaf diinni karaa nu jiraa jechuudha. Diinnan Oromoo hedduu kana jalaa bahuuf Oromoon if jiraachisuuf jabaachuu isii feesisa. Jabaachuu isii feesisa. Oromoon yeroo gartee ammaan tana itti teenyee waa haasawannullee hin qabnu yeroo ibiddi nama qabate ibidda namuu bishaaniif ibiddaan biyyeedhaan ceheet ibidda firraa dhaamsaa jechuudha. Yookaan balballee dhumna. Akka ammatti deemnu kana yoo deemnee usneetuma seenuma dabartee fi wooma dabartee fi waanuma biraa yoo godhaa ka deemtu taate Oromoo fi Oromiyaa wanni jettu ni dhufti. Tan dura Itoophiyaa keessaa namni keenya Itoophiyaa fi Oromiyaa walitti hin deemtu. Itoophiyaan diina Oromooti. Itoophiyaan tan Oromummaa dhabamsiistee akkasi jiraatu. Itoophiyaan Oromiyaa dhabamsiistu malee hin jiraatu. Waan kana ta'e jecha Itoophiyaa keessaa namni keenya keessaa bahu keessaa dhaabbatee dhaabbii isaa fudhatee Oromoon Oromiyaan biyya bal'oo biyya badhaatu yoo gootootaa yoo kunoo hayyootaa dila kana qabna wanni nuti dhabne hin jiru biyya taanee jiraachuu wanni nu dhoorku hin jiru tanaa jecha namni keenya gartee murtii isaa fudhatee mooraa takka deebi'u irra jira. Itoophiyummaa tana jalaa bahuu qabu. Itoophiyummaa tana durii raayis gaafa Haile Sillaasee gaafa Mangistuutis itti ilaalan karaa Itoophiyummaa keessaan bilisummaan akka dhufte hin jirtu. Kuna warri boodaa Raamaayyii Juhar Mahammad Faanis hidha jiran warri adda bilisummaa Oromootis warri gale akkatti jiran ni agartan. Kanaafuu malli nuti qabnu tokkichaan waraana bilisummaa Oromoo kana waan dandeenyuun bira dhaabbachuu qabna. Tanumaan isiniin ja'a waan asirra na yaamtaniif illee hedduu galatooma. Ammoo dhaamsa kiyya lafan kaayina qabsoon akkatti waayyuu dhuma yoo namni hammi xiqqishaan tokko akkuma gaafa duritti namni xiqqishaan tokko yoo uummata akka godhe achin siitu. Kanaafuu namni Oromoo hundinuu ha sodaatu dhiifama naa godha ha lubbuu isaa kannuu sodaatu maallaqa kannuu sodaatina gootoowwan dilaa jiru. Kanaafuu yeroon tan Oromoon hundi hidhattu yookaan hidhachiistu jechuudha. Yeroon ta seenaa hojjannu malee ta seenaa odeessinuu miti. Kanaafuu jabaadhaa yoon isin tuqallee yoon balleessallee dhiifama naa godhaa na okkolcha fayyaa tahaan isiniin jedha.
Galatoomi adde falmattuu atis jiraatte har'aan geessee umurii dheeraa si hawwinaa qabsaa'ota keenya warra jalqabaa keessaa tokko ta'uu keetiin I think Baro Tumsa Instituutiin waan kanarratti yaaduu akka danda'u ergaan dabarsites ergaa bareedaadha. Seenaan ati himte seenaa bareedaadha. So I really thank Ms. Falmattu Gula and presenters Professor Asfaw to tell why they told us about this very critical individuals in Oromo history, in Oromo politics. Having said about that, I don't want to take a long time. I will yield floor to Dr. Tafari Margo to tell about why Baro Tumsa Institute chose the Basabuyo, Haji Adam Saddo, and the others as centers under Baro Institute. And I yield back to the chair and Tafari Margo. Thank you very much.
I don't think I really need to say much. It has already been expressed eloquently by different speakers. So it will just be a waste of time on my part. So I think Baro should take it up from here. And I think we have one more speaker, I think, from London. Baro, you take it from here. Thanks.
Thank you, Tafari. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. This is amazing. Yes, we have overrun our time, but trust me, for the number of people who participated in this and the way we got ourselves together, this is a record time. Thank you so much. Now, I'm extremely grateful to Mr. Batna Hoteso for your patience, your endurance. We missed you at the time when we wanted you, but you paid back heavily by hanging in there in London at a time when you should be fast asleep. We are extremely grateful. Just for our audience, Mr. Batna has a master's degree in economics from Ohio West University. He has taught in various schools in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. He is actively engaged and a very lively participant in Sidama People's Struggle Self-Determination. He participated, and this is a very interesting story, participated in Machat Hulama Self-Help Association, whereby he met Comrade Baro. That tells you everything about our guest in terms of his lifelong service to his people for freedom and justice. With that brief introduction, and then I invite him to speak in any language he wishes. We have no enemy language, so you can speak in Amharic, sir, if you wish, or any other language that your audience would understand. Please take it from here. You unmute yourself, Mr. Batna. Unmute yourself. Almost there. Do it again. Isa Munyal? Isa Munyal ato Batna?
Tamalo, hindi mo ahon and mucho no almasan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Agnalo, finish itinonanan. የምናገረው በአማርኛ ነው። ብዙዎቹ ይሰማሉ ብዬ ተስፋ አድርጋለሁ። ሲዳማኛ ብናገር ደስ ይለኝ ነበርና ጨርሶ የሚሰማው ስለሌለ አማርኛ ነው የምናገረው። አዝናለሁ። በደንብ የተዘጋጀው አይደለሁም። የሰማሁት በአጭር ጊዜ ነው ውስጥ ነው። ስለዚህ ብዙም ለመናገር አልችልም። አንደኛው ጊዜው ጥረት አልተዘጋጀውም። ሁለተኛ እኔ ለመናገር የፈለኩትን ብዙ ነገሮች ፕሮፌሰር አሰፋ ጃለታ ተናግሯል ስለ ባሮ ቱምሳ። እኔም ለመናገር የሚፈልገውን አብዛኛውን ወይም ብዙውን እሱ ተናግሯልና እኔ ግን እንደው ከሚቀር ትንሽ ይላለው ብዬ ነው። በመጀመሪያ ባሮ ቱምሳ ኢንስቲትዩት ምስረታ ላይ የማካፈል እድል በማግኘቴ የተሰማኝን ክብርና ኩራት ልገልጽላቸው እወዳለሁ። ባሮ ቱምሳና እኔ የተዋወቅነው በ1976 በተለያየ እርከን
Hello, Ben.
Hi there, this is Ben from the pool.
Hi, Ben.
አቤት ይሰማል?
ይሰማል።
በተለያየ እርከን ቢሆንም በአንድ መስሪያ ቤት ማለትም በህዝብ ድርጅት ጉዳይ ጊዜያዊ ጽሕፈት ቤት ስንሰራ በነበርንበት ጊዜ ነው ባሮ ቱምሳና እኔ የተዋወቅነው። በዛ ወቅት ባሮ ቱምሳ በኃይሌ ፊዳ በሚመራው የህዝብ ድርጅት ጉዳይ ጊዜያዊ ጽሕፈት ቤት በዋናው መስሪያ ቤት ሲሰራ ነበርና እኔ ደግሞ በሲዳማ በዛ ጊዜ በሚጠራው በሲዳማ አውራጃ በአሁኑ አጠራር በሲዳማ ክልል የህዝብ ድርጅት ጉዳይ ጊዜያዊ ጽሕፈት ቤት ኃላፊ ሆኜ ስሰራ ስንገናኝ ነው አብረን ነው የሰራነው በባሮ ቱምሳ ጋር። እኔ በዛ ኃላፊ ሆኜ ስሰራ ከባሮ ቱምሳ ጋር በዚህ በምንገናኝበት ጊዜ ከመደበኛ ስራችን ጎን ለጎን አብዛኛው ጊዜ በዊክኤንድ እየተገናኘን ባሮ ቱምሳና እኔ ስለ አገራችን ስለ ህዝባችን ጉዳይ እንዴት አድርገን ህዝባችን ከባርነት እንዲወጣና ንጹህ አየር ለመተንፈስ እንዲችል ሰው ሆኖ ከሰው ጋር እኩል ሆኖ ለመኖር እንዴት እንደሚችሉ ለዚህ ዝግጅት እቅድና መላ በመምጣት ከባሮ ቱምሳ ጋር ሁሉ ጊዜ እየተገናኘን ስንሰራ ነበር። አንድ ጊዜ እኔ ወደ ፍንፍኔ በመሄድ ሌላ ጊዜ ደግሞ ዊክኤንድ እሱ ወደ ዝዋይ ወይም ወደ ሻሸመኔ በመምጣት በመሃል ተገናኝተን ስለ ህዝባችን ችግርና ስለ ትግላችን አቅጣጫ ስንነጋገር ቆይተናል። በዚህ አይነት ስንሰራ ቆይተን ባሮ ቱምሳ ከተዋወቅኩኝ ጀምሮ ያወቅኩት ለኦሮሞ ብቻ የሚታገል ሰው አልነበረም። ባሮ ቱምሳ ለጭቁን ህዝቦች ሁሉ የሚታገል ታላቅ ሰው ነበር። በዚህም የተነሳ ኢጫት ወይም ኢትዮጵያ ጭቁን ህዝቦች ትግል የሚለው ድርጅት ሲቋቋም ባሮ ቱምሳ ነው ትልቅ ሚና የተጫወተውና ይሄንን ድርጅት ሌሎችንም የሚያስተባብረው ሆኖ እንዲቋቋም ያደረገው። በዚህ አይነት በተቋቋመው ድርጅት ውስጥ ኋላ አባላት ሆነን በአንድ ላይ ስንሰራ ቆየን። በኋላ ነው እኛ የሲዳማን ኤስኤልኤም ወይም የሲዳማ ነጻነት ወይም ሲዳማ ሊበሬሽን ሙቭመንት የተባለው ድርጅት ስናቋቁም እነሱ ኦኤልኤፍን አቋቁሞ በዛ ሰዓት ነው ወደ ትግል ዓለም የገባነው። ከዛ በመነሳት ነው ወደ ትግል ገብተን ኦኤልኤፍ እና ኤስኤልኤም ጎን ለጎን ስንታገል ነው የቆየነው ከነ ባሮ ቱምሳ ጋር። ከዚህ ስንታገል የሚያሳዝነው ባሮ ቱምሳ በትግል ሜዳ ተሰውቷል። ለህዝብ ትግል እየታገለ ራሱን መስዋዕት አድርጓል። በዚህ አይነት በማንቀሳቀስ ነው ይህንን ትግል ውስጥ ወደ ውስጥ የገባነውና ትግል ገብተን እነሱ በኦኤልኤፍ እኛ በኤስኤልኤም ስንታገል ነበረና ከዛ በኋላ ነው በዚህ አይነት ነው ባሮ ቱምሳ ራሱን ማለት ለህዝቡ የተሰወው። ይሄንን ትግል መቼም እኔ ብዙ ለማለት አልፈልግም ብያለሁና ያው ስንታገል የነበረው ህዝባችን የራሳቸውን እድል በራስ መወሰን በሰልፍ ዲተርሚኔሽን ራስ ሁሉ ሰው ራሱን እኩልነት እንዲያስተዳድርና ነፃ ሆኖ በዲሞክራቲክ መልክ እንዲኖር ነው። የሚያሳዝነው ግን ዛሬ ይሄንን ትግል አህዳውያን በአብይ አህመድ ፊታውራሪነት እየተመሩ ይህንን ለመቀልበስ እና ፌዴራሊዝም ለማጥፋት እየታገሉ ናቸው። ስለዚህ ይህ ተግባራዊ እንዳይሆን ያደረግነውና የባሮ ቱምሳን ራዕይ ተከትለን ወይም ይዘን እነዚህ አዳውያን በዚህ ገብቶ የትግሉን እንዳይቀልብሱ የጭቁን ህዝቦችን ትግል እንዳይቀልብሱ ሁላችን አሁንም የዛው የሱን አራያ ወይም የሱን ራዕይ በመከተል ለህዝባችን መታገልና ይህንን ፌዴራሊዝምን ተግባራዊ ለማድረግ ጊዜም ሳንሰጥ መታገል ይኖርብናል። እኛ አሁን አርጅተናል፣ ለሞት አፋፍ ነው ያለነው። ነገር ግን ያ መንፈስ ያን ጊዜ ከነ ባሮ ቱምሳ ጋር የጀመርነው መንፈስ ስላልሞተ አሁንም ቢሆን የትግሉ መንፈስ በአእምሮአችን ውስጥ አለና በጣም የሚያሳዝነው ለህዝብ ይሆናል ተብሎ የኦሮሞ ህዝብ ታግሎ ያመጣውን ቄሮ ትልቅ መስዋዕት ከፍሎ ያመጣውን ለውጥ ለመቀልበስ አህዳውያን በአብይ አህመድ እየተመሩ ኢትዮጵያ ይፈርሳል እና ለኢትዮጵያ እንዳይፈርስ እነዚህን ፌዴራሊስቶች የራስ እድል በራስ መወሰን እያሉ የሚታገሉትን ለማጥፋትና ለማፈን እየሰሩ ስለሆነ እኔ ምን ብዬ እንደምናገር አላውቅም። ይህንን ወደ ኋላ እንዳይመለስ የነባሩ ቱምሳ ራዕይ እንዳይጠፋ አሁን ያለነው ሰዎች በተለይ ወጣቱ ክፍል ይህንን በታላቅ መንፈስ ታግሎ ወደ ቦታው እንዲያደርስና ፌዴራሊዝም በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ እንዲለመልም ለማድረግ ታጥቀን መነሳት አለብኝ ብዬ ተስፋ አድርጋለሁ እና ይህንን ለማለት ነው። ስለ ባሮ ቱምሳ በዚህ ባጭር ጊዜ ውስጥ ብዙ ለመናገር አልችልም። ተናግሮ የሚያልቅ አይደለም። በተለይ ፕሮፌሰር አሰፋ ጃላታ ስለ እሱም ባሮ ቱምሳ ማንነት ገለጻ ያደረገ ስለሆነ በጣም ደስ ብሎኛልና በዚህ አመሰግናቸዋለሁ።
You are on mute, Baro.
እጅግ በጣም እናመሰግናለን። ብዙ ስላዘገየኖት ይቅርታ እንጠይቃለን። በዚሁ ይህንን እንትን እናጠቃልላለን። ያንን ከማለቴ በፊት ዛሬ ጠዋት when Tafuri and Bakala started this morning, sorry guys, old habits die hard. Tafuri and Bakala made our journey from professional group to BTI piece of cake. I guarantee you it was never a piece of cake. The boat was rocking at times. We were looking at each other whether it's going to sink or float. But I am extremely grateful. The two guys who shepherded that ship brought us to at least for the first destination. We now have BTI in place. I'm extremely grateful to them. All our internal and external invited speakers, we know how much you have invested in putting together your thoughts and then sacrificing your time and coming here to share with everybody. I'm extremely grateful for that. The team, particularly our OGF colleagues, especially their IT group, are the brain behind the great website that you have seen today. I hope you have seen by now. If you haven't, please take a look. We are extremely grateful to them, and they never charged us a nickel for that. The brightest and best Oromos who have made things happen behind the scene, we are extremely grateful to them. Those who did the facilitation today, we are very grateful to them. Heat-free, no problem. Especially, I want to mention one name, I can't afford to pass it, is Dr. Moa. You see him there, he doesn't say anything, he looks through the windows somewhere into the universe, but trust me, the guy is burning midnight oil every single day, working on our effort, collective effort, and I'm extremely grateful for that, and I want to recognize that contribution. With that, over to you, Dr. Tafari Margo. Whatever you want to do with it, on my part, we end this session here. Thank you.
There is really nothing else to say. Everything that needs to be said has been said. I just want to thank everyone for coming and celebrating with us. We will be making announcements. We hope to hit the ground running. We've only set it up. The work remains to be done, and we need you. We need you. We will communicate with you from time to time. I think that should do it. Thanks again for that.
All right.
Yeah, Dr. Baro.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that generous remark, but I'm a little bit disappointed with Asfal. He promised us to bring cake. I think he ate it. He ate it before he brings to me.
Yeah. And I made a big mistake. A huge thank you to Kello Media for carrying out this live. Thank you so much.
Galatoma.
Hi, Galatoma.
Galatoma nuntukesanu. Nagaan Galatoma. Observaan waan tokko baruu barbaadeen ture.